NIP. So first they fake that they take mid, and in response, NIP is going to use all their utility to retake mid. And you can see they're just waiting. Now they dry walk out of mid afterwards. There's no NIP players left, and they're just taking mid without NIP even knowing. And the really cool thing about this is you're going to see in the next round that they can, if they string these rounds together, you can see they fake the default again. But now they're actually going to dry walk towards Spin. And this time NIP will respond with Dennis pushing middle. They kill Dennis, and having prepared, they know Dennis is their catwalk player, so they know he's going to be out of position. They just pounce out on that B side. They take it over. It's a very simple play, just how you can string rounds together, how you can condition your opponents with those smokes in middle. And the third weapon round they did, they just went for a fast A play, just change of pace, and it's just so brilliant to see 3 consecutive weapon rounds and they're just changing their plays all the time.
And that's the thing, when you have a default that you can show and you can put fear in the minds of your opponent, you can play off in so many different ways. And we talk about pacing and Counter-Strike being hugely important, especially on maps like this that are momentum-based. And when you're able to do that, you're making them have to be one step behind. What round are they looking for here? Are they going to do another default? Are they going to mix up the pace? And then as the half tapers out, you have all those little pocket strats that you can pull out at any moment and just rattle the cage.
Yeah, and I mean, you did your homework to find that one. One would hope Hellraisers did the same. Let's meet them.
Firstly, I was angry because we gave them so easily one map. We let them to do comeback. But I mean, after the second map, we already knew it we're gonna win against them. After third map, I don't know, like it was like not hard game. Third one, like 16-2. It finished so fast. I didn't feel anything. So I forgot what I want to say. It fucked me.
When I won, it was something completely different from all the feelings I ever got. Even like Angel came and like he hugged me for 10 minutes. I didn't know what to say. Even like it was my dream, so I never thought I would achieve this thing. Actually, I still felt that I was in a dream and like I was dreaming, and yeah, I swear like it meant everything to me.
If your dream's been realized before you step onto the quarterfinal stage, how much more have you got left in the tank?
Well, when you're already an underdog going up against a team like Liquid, you're still going to hope that that drive is there. You're still going to hope that you can pull out an upset victory here. And you do need those two men on the screen, Issa and Voxic, to step up and play that fantastic Counter-Strike. The problems that we started to see with these guys was under the pressure, they weren't able to deliver that same form of Counter-Strike. And that's hopefully not something that continues through to the big stage, because you can't drop off on a stage match at a major.
But you also can't fault them. I mean, it must be a completely different task trying to play Counter-Strike in an environment like this than the one that they've qualified through, from the minor to the legends, and of course the challenges in between.
Yeah, that is true, but I kind of have to point out that their last game was a best of 3 versus Fnatic, and they have 3 of the most experienced major players in the world. So
True.
They actually killed the streak from JW, Flusha, and Crims.
Yeah, that was a huge blow, and actually, I just heard keyboards hitting wall.
Need to deliver, they've been able to do it to get Hellraisers across the line. And this is something that's really hard. Hey, who knows if Angel's going to grab a 4K or not, but time and time again, in all these matches, they stood up and they delivered, and they
it.
Hello.
There we go. We thought we'd bring some proper British blood to Wembley. Vince, it's amazing to have you back. How you doing?
It's incredible to be here, Henry. First ever major I've been a part of on UK soil.
We're going to have a good game for you here. It's going to be absolutely fun. I've got Team Liquid, Alex. It's got to be. Hellraisers definitely are a plucky team, a lot of firepower. I think they can take Dust too. I'm going to say 2-1 Liquid.
I actually completely agree with Henry. I think Liquid have to be favourites in this. They've also already got a victory against Hellraisers earlier in this very event. So I think overall they're the favourites to take this game.
Yeah, exactly. Make some noise to the chicken. Come on. Oh dear. I can't wait. It might seem like a bit of a mismatch on paper coming into this major, but Hellraisers have proven themselves to be a world-class team. Sure, it was best of ones in the last stage of the tournament, but they beat Fnatic in the best of 3 and ruined their streak. They've been to almost every single major up to this point. Now only Olofmeister has that moniker to his name. So we'll see whether this does get a little bit more interesting. I do feel like Liquid are going to win this one, but Dust 2 for me, that's when the skill comes out. That's when the lucid gameplay, and that's when we'll see Issa do some unspeakable things on the server.
Not just Issa though, Voxic is an incredible AWP on Dust 2. I think he holds the record, right, for stats.
That's right. We had this over at DreamHack Masters last time.
Exactly.
I didn't believe in Voxic when he came on. Remember, he flew in at the last possible moment of the tournament, turned up on Dust 2 and dropped an absolute banger of a game, close to 30 frags, and I'm thinking he's going to do that as well today. We'll see what happens on Mirage. It's a very tactical map. It's a very default. It plays in a very similar way across all the teams, really. I feel like Liquid are a better unit altogether, but I feel like on their day, Hellraisers can go toe-to-toe in terms of the firepower. Now, whether they'll be able to hold their composure on the big stage, that's another question altogether, because remember, yesterday, we saw the likes of Big and Complexity not look like half the team they were in the previous segments of the tournament.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, even though Liquid, obviously 6-0, they haven't dropped a single map when it comes to this entire major, going back to the Challenger stage and the group stage.
Yeah.
This is a best of 3. This is a whole different ball game altogether. And I think it's safe to say too, Henry, that the pressure's on their shoulders. Hellraisers come into this game, the massive underdogs. They can almost play freely. They don't have any pressure on their shoulders at all here to perform.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your first quarter-final of the day is looking like it's about to go down. It is Mirage, it is Hellraisers, it is Team Liquid. I want you to give me everything you've got as we head into the first map. Make some noise! It is going to be Hellraisers starting on the T side here, and of course, we will see the buys come through. Team Liquid with 2 smokes, the flashbangs available to them. As we'll get into it, it looks like the smoke about to be deployed. It's going to be a flash attack towards the A side here from Team Liquid. They will get ready to attack as fast as they possibly can. All it takes is one flashbang. Taco's going to deliver it. And who will come out on top? The CT is completely blind, and Issa challenging from the connector.
He certainly is trying his best, but it's going to be Warnick from the back of the site, getting trade out early on by Elige. The bomb plant will be forthcoming, but a 4-on-4 retake. They do have a kit here, Henry, plus a smoke. It is doable, but the positions of Liquid are looking solid. Got a player in ramp, one just at the back of the site, which is Nafly, who's teeing off. He's already landed a whole bunch of damage onto Voxic, who's only got 5 health remaining. The rest of the players are coming in. Taco's going to get the first. Issa will trade straight back, and Hellraisers being caught from the side as Twist comes through with 2. It should be a 3rd, and he connects that. Additionally, Liquid take first blood.
They certainly do. A simple approach there. 1 smoke delivered, the flashbangs and the attack from the Palace position. They manage to find the opening kills. The bomb goes down, but Twist with the backstab here on the P250 was absolutely everything as he finds the killing blow there towards Voxic. Great start for the North American All-American squad. And now Hellraisers will have to presumably fortify. They're actually a team that doesn't necessarily spend all their cash in the second round. As you can see right now, they're actually going to be saving a little bit. No armor purchase. So everyone will have their grenades, their defuse kit as the game develops. And for now, Team Liquid with 3 rifles, AK-47s of course, and now FaZe spot a player towards the connector, and he will not connect the shot. So, smokes down.
He's actually on for the ace, and he's going to get a 4-2, leaving Voxic to make a move through Kitchen. It's not going to be the ace, but Twists puts them into a comfortable 5-0 lead.
Clinical stuff so far from Liquid. A couple of up and down moments after losing a couple of initial kills, but Elige, 4 kills in the round. This spray down, especially towards the side, this was well controlled. It looks chaotic, but he knew exactly what he had to do there. Finds all the kills required, and there we have it. It will be 5-0 on the T side of Mirage here. Hellraisers on the double AWP setup. It'll be Dead Fox and Voxic. What a deadly combo, if you ask me. Dead Fox was the primary AWPer for so long for this squad. Voxic came in and set the world on fire with his talent. Let's see whether they can work in tandem right now to try and break the streak of Liquid. Holding up in a slower mentality now. This is Liquid sending the smokes out. You can see a plethora of them towards middle. Connector, the window, and indeed towards the short area. Angel hasn't learned his lesson from that position just yet. Wants to challenge it this time. No damage inflicted just yet. CT utility, though, is concerning, Vince. They've only got 2 smokes down incendiary. That is pretty much it. No kits available. They cannot afford to have a post-plant situation there.
Exactly, and a reoccurring theme already is they've conceded bomb plants time and time again.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a serious concern in the back of their minds. Voxic gets smoked out. Going to the speculative smoke shot, not going to connect. Although I completely agree that Dead Fox and Voxic are a hell of a duo with AWPs. They haven't really got rolling yet. There hasn't been any momentum going the way of Hellraisers, and now all the kills are going the way of Liquid. Nitro and Elige battering down the hatches of A, and it's theirs again, and Hellraisers already want to save. This has been a horrendous start.
Yeah, reminiscent of the games yesterday. It feels like Team Liquid are used to the big stage. They can continue their momentum from the group stages and bring it here today. Hellraisers still waking up into the game. They're going down 6-0, not really finding anything at all in that particular round. With a double AWP setup, they get completely beaten by the smoke seven. You see, the AWPers just had no point of access as Nitro keeps delivering the pain. Now they have to hold on to the AWPs. Absolutely necessity here to actually pull this one off. They're going to have AWPs into the next round, but Swiss hits a phenomenal shot. My goodness, he's had a bit of a rough time in those apartments so far, but that was absolutely stellar as he takes down Dead Fox. It's only Voxic who will survive as AWP. Goodness gracious me, Team Liquid are running away with this one, not really giving much away at all. The game plan is looking perfect so far. Hellraisers do save the AWP and they have maximum loss bonus, of course, but Nitro looks like he's having way too much fun on the server right now. Looks like he's playing deathmatch almost with the kills that are being hit. That's an incredible shot. You do not see that every day. That's very difficult to connect, and Twist is considered one of the brightest talents in the whole of North American region, so it's no surprise he's hitting those, as we'll have a tactical timeout now for Hellraisers, and my God, do they need it. So, AWP and around $4,000 less than that almost really for the Hellraisers guys. They're going to have maybe a partial buy with this one. I don't think they'll fully invest. I'd imagine some deagles, some armor, try and go for an aggressive play of the pistols, funnel Liquid into the AWP of Voxic. Still a very winnable round for them, and will light the fire beneath the team if they can actually pull this one off. Certainly possible. Let's see what they can do with it.
Angel and Issa, both 1 kill. Issa has not got himself moving just yet, and he is one of their integral pieces to the puzzle on the side of Hellraisers. That second AWP being taken off the table also stopped them from a potential force buy. They all had about $3 to $4K. Now Fly in the meanwhile making a move, realizing that A is completely barren, completely void of any counter-terrorists, but now they're going to start to funnel through Connector, and Issa has managed to come out ahead in that confrontation. I don't think he's been able to get his hands on the weapon at the very least for Team Liquid, and another bomb plant will be following. Dead Fox is going to be put down alongside Voxic, as Twist continues to turn the knife. He is not relenting, and Liquid will be taking a 7th round. It's only a matter of time.
It absolutely is. Well, there we go. Angel and Bondic left with CZs and a whole lot of work to do here. Angel will be dropped by Nitro. And again, they get the opening pick here. The kills aren't the problem. It's just closing out rounds. And we do go 7-0. 2 kills found for Hellraisers there. They get another full buy this round, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe the double AWP comes out once again. Maybe not, considering it wasn't really successful at all. They got beaten completely by the smokes and execution gameplay of Liquid here. Twists has got in that godlike mode, Vince. He's looking so sharp, so confident as he jumps around, finding every single kill required. Goodness gracious. Finishes things off in style with the Desert Eagle. And the single AWP setup, like I said, they were getting completely wrecked by the smoke, so it makes sense. They don't want to go for the double AWP again. Voxer goes towards the window, presumably jumps out towards short, cancels that, and now going for a very aggressive pick. This is so dicey. If he's going to pull back from this, I'll be very impressed. Now he's got to fend off multiple players. Just Vox it with the AWP. He's got to be done for here. He's still alive somehow. I have no idea how he's pulled this one off, but they have the man advantage, and they push Liquid in towards B.
Yeah, he can thank the counter flashes from his teammates on connectors. Deadfox, it was laboured, but he gets the kill, and a bit of damage to Nafly, down to 34. The best opportunity that Hellraisers have had thus far, and they need to hold on to this with both hands. And if this slips through their fingers, this could be it for the half. This is a linchpin fulcrum moment, potentially. Hellraisers being forced out, but there's Voxic answering back with his second kill of the round. And now Nafly, 1 on 3. Does at least have the bomb under his control, but no nades. There's the first headshot, piercing the forehead of Issa. Because of the amount of time, he doesn't have to rush this. He can try and bait it out, but Bondic from downtown's gonna land the dunk. With the nade. Welcome, Hellraisers.
There it is. Well, he still finds one kill now there in the 1 versus 3. Every kill was extremely valuable there. I like this from Boxy. This is where he thrives, in the chaos, getting stuck in with the AWP. You can't respect Liquid too much or they'll run over you, and that's perfect. He wins in the first round, that opening pick, sabotages their default, and any attempts they had to get towards shore, shut down. That's the kind of gameplay we need to see from Hellraisers. And Liquid, they'll be going for their original pistol tactic here. Remember, same smoke goes in. There'll be a flash from Nitro here as 3 players get ready to come out of the Palace area. Bondic playing up close. This could be detrimental. He's got Angel to back him up. It's very quick, but they're hitting the shots now. It's looking much better for Hellraisers. And Angel still up close and personal, but he is taken down by Elige. 3 versus 2 now. A lot of work to do here for Team Liquid, but Elige rises to the occasion. 3 kills to his name so far.
Could get punctured though, just 12 health. He needs Nitro to help him out. Bomb also wrong side of the site from Liquid's perspective. But they do have enough time, Henry, to start to play the mind games. Somebody could rotate all the way around towards mid. Indeed. And the CTs have to be cognizant of that. This is the way that Liquid can make moves. This is the way they can pull this round back in their favor.
Well, we're going to be boosting up towards the steps area here, and that is a perfect maneuver. Deadfox left with the MP9. This is looking very troublesome for him. He has got bomb in his vision. But what's the play here from Liquid? Are they going to allow him to pick up another weapon here? They're going to wait so long, but they're staying with the buddy system. Good kill for Deadfox here. They're not sure where he is. He'll throw a flashbang in the air. He's got a chance in this one now. The closer Nitro gets, the deadlier the SMG is, but Nitro hasn't missed much today, Vince, as he clears things up. That's a harsh, harsh reset for Hellraisers now. They're going to get $1,400 per player. There was only 2 of them that survived in the previous round. This is double eco territory. You might as well be considering the force buy here. To be fair, they've got around $2,000 per player. So if they take the full eco, they'll get 1,900 next rounds. They'll have 4K. That's still not enough for a great buy, but it's better than nothing. So they're going to invest slightly into this one with a few CZs, P250, but essentially a full eco here. And Team Liquid really are in full control of the first map of this best of 3.
Yeah, a real heartbreak of a round for Hellraisers. Angel's at least going to get 1, but it is really just a drop in the bucket. A consolation frag at most. Deadfox and Voxic remain. I've seen a couple kills go down in favor of the CTs and Palace, so Team Liquid are going to vacate the area, give it up for free, as they have their sights set on the B side of the map, and they're going to get there by and large without any confrontation. Taco takes the last hurdle down on the B side, which is Deadfox. And Liquid will be picking up a 9-1 lead. And Blink, and you'd have missed it. It's been incredibly fast rounds.
Yeah, these quarterfinals have been so fascinating. The disparity in the performances from the group stages. Hellraisers just can't get a grasp on the game. But remember, Dust 2 coming up next. That's where we said they had a chance there. That's where they really can play their game. It suits their style perfectly. Mirage, it looks like it might be a foregone conclusion already. They just can't seem to get anything going. 9-1 down on the CT side. Let's see what they can do. And remember, Liquid chose to start on the T side here. It's considered a CT side of the map. They wanted to apply the pressure early. They've got their foot on the throat right now. It's working out perfectly for them as Hellraisers will take another tactical timeout. Remember, their money was wrecked before. They still can't buy here even after the eco. They're averaging $3,000 per player after the investment of the Deagles and the CZs. If they'd taken the full eco, they at least could have got Famises, but still wouldn't be compelling enough to suggest they could win the round. So at this point, just trying to pick themselves up mentally. You can see the in-game leader there, head in his hands, not looking ideal, but still not over yet. If you can post 5 rounds, that can be enough. With the pistol in the second half, you can pull it right back. But it seems like that's a very distant future right now. I'm not sure how they can possibly pull this one off because they have to take another partial by CZs again, Desert Eagles, couple of sets of Kevlar, and you can see the odds coming in. It's not looking too good for them. Liquid, full control, Nitro have a good spawn. We'll have a look at the frag charts while we're here. 14 for Elise, 14 for Twists. Those guys are really popping off right now.
It is starting to look a bit like Mission Impossible, for sure. Hellraisers, can they somehow draw this back into the realms of possibility? Unlikely in this round, but it's more about the next one. As you say, a buy on the horizon. Nafly again, just walking straight out of ramp. There hasn't really been any kind of confrontation time and time again in this very position. Taco's going to go in for the first. There's Bonding to at least counteract, but a Molotov is going to keep them at bay, allowing Nitro to sweep around the sides. And it's all too easy for Liquid once again. Angel going to have to walk over the corpses of his brothers if he wants to get even close to this site.
Angel might be able to get one kill here. Not if he jumps, though. Down he goes, double digits for Team Liquid. They're looking extremely comfortable there. Nothing really to report in terms of danger as we get into round number 12 here. Another buy, but no AWP available for Voxic or Dead Fox. There'll be rifles across the board. No kids once again. I can't even recall a round where he said, what, they've got everything they need now. They've had the double AWPs once, but there's still compromises there. At least they have 5 rifles. They do have bare bones utility, but no defuse kits. And the bomb has been going down consistently. Feels like almost every single round they've managed to get at least a plant out of it. As we head into another default here. Looks like a slower procedure from Liquid. Nothing too fast. 3 players towards middle. Baiting on those grenades. Remember, the analyst pointed this out. They want to wait for the incendiaries to come. The reaction to be posted by the CTs at this point. As this lies in wait towards Connector. He's got his work cut out for him. He's going to spot a few players here and somehow gets away with his life.
Angel pushing the smoke, but Taco's there. He's waiting. Now the pressure mounts for Dead Fox. Angel's really done him no favors here at all. Dead Fox, valiant attempt, but finally he is bested. Voxic's not going to get it done either. Another buy round. 2 rounds in the making. Off one decision, pushing smoke has just cost them dearly.
Unbelievable. That's Angel, the same position. Remember, he's been getting bullied on shore. They've spotted a weakness there. He's alone most of the time. They haven't really adjusted the setup. You might want to consider getting your AWP towards shore, for example, or 2 players there with the M4 and play off each other. Maybe just get into that CPL room, Vince. We know how strong that position can be when they're consistently punishing shore. You can wait on the ladder. You can go for 1 kill, jump in the vent and get away. If you're consistently battling 1-on-3, it's unlikely you're ever going to get more than 1 kill, and he hasn't even been posting that. They need to address this problem in the setup and work out how they're going to stop the bleeding at this point. It's an absolute hemorrhage of points and kills coming against them. And Bondic will go down as well. Nothing saved, and they don't really have the loss bonus to justify another purchase. Has to be an eco at this point, or at least just the Eagles again. Liege is just looking like an absolute monster right now. He does not care what position you're in, or what you're up to, what weapon you're wielding. He's taking it out of your hands and sending you home. Eco again. That's Elige's got to be 18th frag, of course. After 12 rounds, not bad.
With 2 assists additionally, plenty of them impact frags, and then one of the star players over on Hellraisers, Is only on 3. A vast difference between the 2 stars.
Voxic 6, Issa 3. Not what you want from your big names, but remember, the best of 3. This one might be over at this point, considering that it's not showing up at all. This is looking likely to be 12 rounds on the board for Liquid, but we expected to heat up on Dust too. That's when they can really show us what they're made of. Either way, this round is pretty much over. 2 kills found. Issa and Bondic go down. No damage inflicted. Bomb planted as Taco finds the 3rd.
And Liquid find a 12. Surely, Voxic 1v5 with a CZ. Any kills would be a bonus, but Twists, of course, will not miss. He's on 15 kills. He's kind of swept under the radar because Elige has been battering and bruising Hellraisers. And Twist is there too. Only 4 deaths.
I think it goes without saying, Vince, Hellraisers need these last 2 rounds. This half feels like it's been about 5 minutes long. We're 12-1. We've got 2 more to go. If Hellraisers can get 12-3, we've seen some stunning comebacks here. Remember the Astralis Liquid game? Astralis were down 13-2. They brought it back to overtime. Sure, they lost in the end, but it can be done, is my point. If they can find the 12-3, win the pistol, it's never over until it reaches 16 at the top. You can punish the exact same manner on the second half as Voxic goes to the push again and ambitious at best as Taco just takes him down after the mid shot comes in. Angel dropped once more. He cannot get going on shot. I'm not sure why they're not changing that position up. He's just challenging every single time, doing no damage and then going down. But this is better at least. Issa and Bondik find a couple of kills.
A lifeline has been found. Could be submerged momentarily, but Dead Fox is going to land one, trying to smoke himself just to make sure he can survive a bit longer. Stall, allow the rest of his team to make a move, and Dead Fox connects once more. And Liege, though, we know he's the kind of player that can clutch them from these situations. They got a 2v4 earlier with this very man joined alongside Nitro, and he's seen the shoulder peek round from Bondik, who is playing possum, ring around the rosy, is allowing Issa to make a move, and Dead Fox take a bow. Single-handedly gets Hellraisers back on the board.
5 versus 3, Dead Fox saves today. Liquid maybe overreacting to those initial first kills, just knifed out straight towards shore, didn't anticipate Dead Fox being there, and at least there is some sort of adjustment now. He points towards shore. Eventually, Angel went down first, but Dead Fox repositions and battles tooth and nail here. Impressive frags. And they have enough for the last round here. 12-3 might be possible. Remember, Liquid haven't even purchased an AWP on their T side, Vince. They've just been brutal, these AKs, running around together as a wolf pack. And it seems to be working very, very effectively here as we get into the final round of the first half. Hellraisers need this. Dead Fox stuck on the MP9. It's Voxic that's handed back the AWP. Angel still towards shore here, preferring to be in that CPL position just so he isn't losing these Angels consistently. Slower approach now from Liquid as they go for that mid control.
Very good point you raise about the lack of ops, and Nitro gets a freebie onto Issa, peeking with a smoke. I mean, surely you know they're mid again, they have been consistently. At least the leg shot's going to connect with Angel getting a double. It's about time we saw this guy start to shine at the major. Dead Fox playing possum with the MP9, double spray will afford Hellraisers surely a third round. Elish though, while he's alive, there's always a way back in for Liquid. Not today, though. Voxic connects through the smoke. 12-3. Yes, it's stacked against the Henry, but it's a whole lot better than what it was looking like it could be.
The fact they get the last 2 rounds there is absolutely everything. This means they can even afford to lose the pistol, win the second round force buy, and still be within it. If they can win the pistol in the second half, we might actually have a game on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. This is not impossible. Hellraisers are an incredibly skilled unit. They just need some momentum. They lost a lot of unfortunate duels there. Their money was never really stable, and towards the end, they seemed like they knew what they were doing, looked a little bit more comfortable on the stage environment. Liquid are absolute OGs on the stage. These players have been there many, many times before. Hellraisers only a couple of times at this point, especially some of the younger players. Second half begins. We'll analyze the buy for the international squad Hellraisers. They are going to have P250 in the hands of Angel with armor as well, the player that wasn't really fragging that hard in the first half. Dead Fox with 1 smoke, 1 flashbang available. Looks like an A split is inevitable with the current setup. The bomb waits outside the A ramp. Issa's towards Palace. It will be a very slow approach here, and I assume they're waiting for initial CT aggression.
Yeah, CZ's all about posting up close and personal, where those 12 bullets can rip and shred Hellraisers. There are 2 players just outside. This could get a bit sketchy. In the meanwhile, though, a move up through underpass with Bondik is in motion. Peering across, hoping to find a pixel to execute off. This first kill could be so huge for Hellraisers, and it's going to be Voxic that connects it, but Nafly is at least going to keep Angel honest, puts him down. Dead Fox is going to get pushed out here. Can he get any kills? He desperately needs to, and will do. Nitro and Twists get completely swept aside, and now Nafly and Taco have a 2v4 to pick up, and it's not going to happen. Hellraisers, they're back in this, game on.
They are definitely back in this game now. That's what they needed, a convincing pistol. Didn't come down to a clutch. They managed to play it slow, wait for those pushes to come towards his A side. Pincer maneuver comes in and Voxic gets it done. That's much more like it. Haven't seen much of it in this game, but that's what we want to see. Big frags, fast-paced gameplay. And we'll see whether Hellraiser convert the second round here. I like this from Liquid. Notice they're not force buying either. They have a huge lead here, and this is what cost them in their game against Astralis, how it got to overtime. They had a 13-2 first half, force bought in the second round, and they could never structure themselves going forward. But for now, should just be Hellraisers taking this one comfortably. Liquid know they don't have to steal this round away. Not too much pressure at all. 12 rounds already posted. It is a CT-sided map. Now, basic map control coming in from Hellraisers here. Dead Fox doesn't want to overcommit. It's a solo position. You're just waiting for the pushes, and especially when you've got the Mac 10, you don't really want to be challenging for the frags and giving everything up. You just want to make sure no flanks come through. Angel's got the connector control. They have no one at Palace and A-Ramp, so that suggests it will be a B-sided approach. And now the first kill comes in for Nitro. 5 versus 4, but significant damage inflicted towards Elige and now Nitro, who's also dropped.
There's a lot of damage done to Hellraisers too, though. Henry, Voxic and Bondic both below 50. This is shaping up to be another nightmarish situation. As Taco's going to miss one too many times. Twists not far off, giving a haircut to the player pushing short, but it's still going to be Hellraisers making move on to B, getting the bomb planted. And now looking good to post up a 5th round. Elige with the UMP would be certainly valuable going through into the next one. With the Desert Eagle on Twist, maybe just looking for some exit frags. But Hellraisers, they will be picking up a 5th round, continuing to push forward, cutting this deficit.
This is starting to look like it might be possible. Hellraisers and Void losing the 2nd round. 3rd should be theirs. That's the full eco now for Team Liquid. Starting to warm up to it. Even if they can't win this map, Vince, it just helps them now. They start winning rounds in the second half. It might not lead to a really close game, but every round they can win and have some good moments, some sequences that feel good, and the teamwork's starting to come together. They've shook the nerves off now. Every round that goes by that they win, it's going to calm them down and warm them up into this series. So these are still valuable. Even though Liquid are looking very likely to win it, I still think this is very good stuff for Hellraisers. Another clean round here for them. Should this be a gimme, considering they're up against just the default weaponry here. Pistols, USPs specifically across the board here for Team Liquid. Nothing really invested apart from one flashbang, and they'll go for a mid push here by the looks of things. We have got players heading towards connector and the window. There's going to be Twist challenging the best he can, but not really much he can do.
Well, he's going to get a kill, which is a lot more than I was anticipating. As you say, playing for pride, confidence beginning to build now for Hellraisers. Bondic, the freest of kills he can ask for, but it's actually Voxic that takes it away from him onto Taco. Now Fly, the final player to be dealt with. 6-12.
Now this really is the moment where we'll work out if it's going to be a close, competitive game. The first gun round, if Hellraisers pull this one off, it could get them 2 on the board. You will reset Liquid again if you can win this round cleanly. Of all 5 Liquid players going down, it's going to find you a 5-0 in the second half, and that could be the start of something fantastic for Hellraisers. And trust me, Liquid are certainly vulnerable in these sort of situations. They're quite good at getting really great leads. It's just closing out games is their main issue, as they will smoke to block out whatever they can. Elige waiting now. He's in towards the window. Usually you drop the incendiary at the start to block the smoke. I'm not sure that was him misthrowing it. But either way.
And of course, Fallen does that a lot when he's AWPing in window. Yeah, Smoke's a bit of a head scratcher, but Hellraisers capitalize on this. Angel can. Hell of an entry onto Nitro. Didn't know what hit him. And already the pack is beginning to get thinned out on A. This is going to draw across Elige, who originally was in window. The bomb's still in mid. Plenty of time left. Hellraisers, they have the early advantage.
They really do. Lovely shot there coming in from Angel. Rough fast half for him, but that's a really impactful kill. We'll see if he can continue here as they wait for reactions coming in. 5 versus 4. Liquid don't seem to be addressing the issue here, but Twist up close and personal takes down Angel, brings it back to the 4-on-4. Lovely shot from Elige there. Not known to be an AWP, but picks it up. Oh my goodness, the transition to the M4A4 was just absolutely idyllic. 4-on-2 now. Dead Fox and Voxic surely have nothing to say about this one.
This was in the palm of Hellraiser's hands, and now it's just going away, drifting ever so quickly. Picking up the current. Voxic, nice shot into Taco. Drills him, does have the bomb, but only 10 health remaining, and 15 seconds to try and get onto the site with. Has at least managed to just about avoid the player in Kitchen, who's now going to come out into the open. Now Fly's gone down. There's going to be enough time for this bomb plant, and I don't think Twist can go in and stop the plant. This is now doable. This is in the realm of possibility, and Voxic's landed another one. Oh, he misses the crucial kill at the end. Onto Elige, so close yet so far. Nice try, Voxic. Not quite good enough.
A nice insight of things to come there, Vince. Amazing for him to get that close, but unfortunately, Hellraisers need rounds on the board right now. Not close encounters. Elige, though, oh my goodness, that play from CT Sport, the fact he had the awareness to drop that AWP, pick up the N4s is absolutely fantastic. It comes down to a dicey finish there, with the USB having to deliver the goods. But he knew what he had to do. He gets the call from his teammates there. Voxic was low, but that missed shot is absolutely everything. And Elige will be counting his lucky stars there. Hellraisers still with enough to buy. They have a nice, decent buy here. And you can see how much has impacted the economy of Team Liquid. 2 MP9s, a UMP. Sure, they have the AWP, but lose this round, you're fully reset. And Hellraisers are aware of it. And they want to capitalize while they can. They're going to be presumably operating the same manner. They managed to find the opening picks before. And let's see how this opens up again. Deadfox takes an A damage at the start, down to 52 points of health. Bomb waiting at the A ramp. That's in the hands of Voxic and Issa with him. Slow around here. No initial aggression from the CTs. No jewels taken. As they head back towards middle. No control of that area just yet from either team.
I really just hope, Henry, that Voxic focusing on the positives to get it down to a one-on-one rather than the negatives of missing the crucial shot. That could just linger away in the back of his mind now, especially if they concede this round.
Can you imagine the scenes if he had pulled that one off? We really would have had a game on our hands. Liquid would have been tilted off the face of the planet.
Absolutely.
But 13-6, still a 5-on-5 here in round number 20. Elige strikes first, does the damage, but can't pull it off. Bondic beats him to the punch, and they take an early lead once again.
Oh, it's such a sick bait, and they go for it, hook, line, and sinker. Fortunately, though, Issa is there to counteract, get the counter frag. Looking good for Hellraisers, putting that last round in the back of their minds. Moving forward, that grenade should get the kill, and it will indeed onto Bondic. And very little health remaining. The Liquid go for this now. Just a flashbang between the two players. They do have a kit. Nitro and Twist, and that, I think they're backing away. I think they've called it. Although Nitro landing that shot could bait them back in.
It's not worth it, Vince. They've got this huge lead still. You don't have to take these chances. It would be such a risk now to go in for this one. You've got Nitro low HP on the AWP, Twist on an MP9. Let them have it. You're still going to be up with a massive lead here, but great stuff from Hellraisers there. Battling tooth for nail at this point. Bonding with 2 kills. Issa chiming in with a 3rd, leaving Liquid with no choice here. And that's exactly what they wanted to happen there. Sure, Voxic couldn't win the previous round, but he got it down to such a close predicament where they already had the financial advantage there. MP9s, 2 of those at the UMP. Of course, Hellraisers would capitalize here. A closer round than they anticipated. Some nice baits coming in from Liquid, but overall, Hellraisers win it. They take decent money into the next round. And Team Liquid, I would say, take a tactical timeout here. That would be my call at least. Let's get Zeus involved and work out what the play's going to be here. Do we force into this considering we have 2 weapons, or do we take the more conservative approach and just play off them with some pistols?
Seems like the latter rather than the former. Gonna go in for a couple of weapons here. Well, actually, they're going in fully. Liquid fighting down hard. They're gonna have a Deagle, FAMAS, MP9, open M4. Do have some nades to play with, but already Hellraisers are making inroads into mid. And no one's home for Liquid, so they should get a bunch of real estate, be able to work off that.
Well, here we go. Force spike from Liquid does come through. Very quiet round. Tentative stuff from both sides here. Deadfox with the bait. Smoke will be deployed momentarily. Jill waits towards middle. That smoke has provided him cover now. To make his way out connector. This will be the A approach. Pincering from connector. Angel is now protected from shore. The smoke's deployed. Twists. First point of contact there. Trying to bait in Taco the best he can. Looks like the full commitment coming in momentarily. Taco only with the MP9 as his teammates go down.
In a good position though if they don't check this. There's a lot of time remaining though. They don't need to rush in here, Hellraisers. Clean every single corner. Taco making a move, biding his time. He's going to strike one, two. What? No one checks it for Hellraisers, and it could prove to be so costly at a vital moment in this match. This could be the moment they lose, and Nitro from the backside is going to put down Angel. Voxic in another 1-on-3. The bomb at least planted for his position. But there's a smoke down, it's going out right now, and so will Voxic. Hellraisers concede. Taco sneaking his way into a double kill.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. The fact they don't check that position, they've only got themselves to blame there, Vince. It's a high adrenaline moment. Communication could have been a little bit off, but Taco couldn't have played that any better. He can't deny the plant, but he still bides his time. He waits for a chance to strike and guarantee more than one frag. One wouldn't have been enough. Sure, it was the assist on the second, but he was guaranteed the kill regardless with Nitro getting stuck in there. 14-7, and with the bomb going down, Hellraisers now need to work out whether they're going to buy into this one. Don't need to break it down, but you can see the amazing GUI we've got. You can see the money they have. They can't really afford to let Liquid go on to map points already. That would just be a nightmare. 8 in a row just doesn't seem possible considering what we've seen so far. They need to try and steal this round away. It's do or die time for Hellraisers here on Mirage. Galil's, CZs, and 1AK-47. I assume an execution's coming in here, Vince. You don't want to run a default with this sort of buy. You want to do something either very fast and straight up towards short, for example, or an A execution. Even a B rush would be more viable than just running the default here. We'll see what they go for.
There certainly needs to be an explosive play from Hellraisers to crack open Liquid once more. Nafly's not going to miss that. It's a free kill. No one's there to counteract. Mid control is already lost for Hellraisers. Although they have Issa on ramp, the bulk of their aggression is over on the B side. That first kill, Henry, already looks like this is comfortably going the way of the CTs.
You could see they had something in mind there. They were hoping there would be more of an interaction towards middle, but it is a B play coming through. The Molotov, or the incendiary, I should say, on the CT side, just so effective. It stops them right in their tracks there. Can't really do anything until the flames are extinguished. Good flashbang, and Taco, surprised he missed that shot. Normally going to nail those sort of ones, but Naf not missing a single thing here. Very controlled so far. No one overcommitting, just making sure that all three players enter the bomb side before they swing in together. CT side now fully aware it's a B attack. Twist finds the third kill of the round, and now it's a 4 versus 1. Looking for map points. It looks like it's almost guaranteed at this point. Nitro finishes things off in style. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 15-7 in favor of Team Liquid. This has been a pretty perfect showing from them so far.
8 map points. Hellraisers have had chances, but again, I go back to that Taco play with the MP9. That was the turning point. The comeback completely derailed. Hellraisers, $2,000 across the lot of them. It's pistols and not much else. And it should be Liquid 1-0.
It really should. Now, Hellraisers, like we said, have had time to shake the nerves off now. They've looked better as the game has developed. You can see, could be the final tactical timeout for them. Might as well use it. You're going to be down to those pistols, maybe an SMG if you're very lucky, but you might just be better off with the CZ at this point. Get the armor, get the pistol, a bit of utility. Has to be an A execution for me, Vince. All the smokes on the site. Molotov, the key areas. Try and get that bomb down.
You'd think, though, that Liquid would be a step ahead. They've read the script. They know this is likely to be an A hit. Although, judging from Hellraisers, they're currently looking towards the mid/B side of the spawn, so it's not going to be A.
Taco is playing B with an AWP, so they could be trying to abuse. It looks like there's some smokes of the pillars there towards short. Take away his vision, go for a fast B split here, but they have to fight off Naf first, who's been absolutely brilliant. There's the smokes towards the pillars. Naf can just play in front of those, and they can't capitalize with the flames down once again.
They also can't fight down too hard on this play because there could be a fake Voxic. There's a small gap in the smoke, and he's going to make the most of it. Hellraisers, they have a chance to live a little bit longer. Live to fight another day. Voxic's going to be able to get that plant down. No reason for the CTs to charge in into a potential crossfire. They must know they've got the utility advantage and the firepower, but Dead Fox now has the M4 perched up close. Angel's making a move around the back of them, and Liquid already pulling back. Hellraisers will be claiming this round at the very least. This is going to go on a little bit longer. Angel's also going to dome Taco. Going to try and retrieve that weapon if he can get his hands on it. Trying to really fake out this push so that Nitro rings off his AWP and they can push around the corner. In the meanwhile, Voxic has been dealt with.
They're trying to deny as many weapon saves for the next round as they possibly can here, but it's all in vain. Angel will find the third, and Nitro just trying to protect those weapons here. The bomb blast should actually blow them towards him. So that's actually going to work out quite nicely in that respect. He'll take another one down. So they only take away one M4. Sure, they win it, but they would like to have taken a few more. I'm not sure the kill came in there. I think it was fine. Nitro still has the AWP, Twist still has his M4, so the kill didn't come in right at the end there. A little bit fortunate for Voxic, right through the smoke, but they all count. And they managed to steal the round away. That's fine for Team Liquid. That's just them thinking, we've already got match point at this stage, or map point, I should say. We'll save our weapons, keep the money strong. They've got another full buy here, sure. It would have been nice to close it out there, but let's make sure we don't sabotage our own finances going for silly retakes.
longer game in the back of their minds. The big picture. Run boost outside. Yield a bit of information, but not much else, as all the potential hotspots have been smoked out. Connector, window, and short have been dealt with, but Nafly can peer over the smoking connector to see the short push. Hellraisers feeling their way out of ramp, and Palace Angel is getting a lot of freedom to just move straight into sandwich. This could be an issue for Liquid. Probably don't expect him to be here already. They do have Twist, who's perched up on the side if he'd landed that shot. And there's something horribly wrong, but Angel's going to go down to his hands. Nafly, he's going to be plucked out from Voxic, but everything else is going the way of Liquid. This could be the map right here. Voxic at least has control of the bomb, but Bonding swift out in that first chance. Does get on the second time of asking. 53 seconds left, 2-on-2, and Bonding smashes Elige. However, Taco's been making moves around the back of them through T-spawn. He could get the drop on one of them.
He's the B player. If he had an M4 here, I'd say he's got a chance. He played it very well to get in this position, but it's just not the weapon to do anything with there. Hellraisers, though, starting to turn some heads. You can see the coach trying to fire them up, and it's exactly what he has to do. Keep their heads in the game. Take each round as it comes at this point. Liquid do struggle at closing games out, and you're seeing that demonstrated right now. They're having early leads, but Bondic sabotages absolutely everything here. Voxic with a nice shot at the end to close it out. Just swelling in confidence now. You can see they look like a different squad already. Round 25, getting a little bit deeper than we thought. Full eco for Liquid. Just the Deagle CZ's here. No armor, no nades. Just one flash, I'll say that much. And they'll send 3 players towards B. And Twists in towards the Palace position.
Slow and steady. Once again for Hellraisers, banking the molly off the wall. Forces Naf out of position. More angles. Attains. Put in the back pocket for Hellraisers. It is a very low purchase with a couple of pistols and not much else for Liquid. This is a throwaway round. Can do damage, all the better for it, but Hellraisers should be hitting double digits. Angel's going to go in first alongside the connector push, and Nitro has been dealt with, but Twist is also going to counteract. Hellraisers, though, are putting their foot to the throat of Liquid, taking this round away.
Yeah, this is the lock-in now. Elige looking to deny whatever he can, but just cowering in the corner with the silenced USP. Not really much he can do with this one. The bomb will be planted, he'll jump up and presumably be taken care of, but this is a nice little spot, but Voxic ready for it, takes him down as his Taco now with the Desert Eagle all the way in T-spawn. That's round guaranteed. Double digits for Hellraisers. That's normally a bit of a mental breaking point. You're going to start to realize, well, okay, now this actually seems like it could be realistic. Sure, it's still map point for Team Liquid, but they're struggling in these rounds. They can't seem to get close to us, even though they have the advantages. So Hellraisers still well within this one. It was looking very bleak at the 12-3 half. And Taco will be dropped in the end. It's Angel that finishes things off. Money starting to get back in position for Liquid. They're hovering around $4,500. Taco significantly less than 36. They might take another partial buy here just to be safe. Not going to happen. The buy does come through. And this is where things could start to fall apart, Vince. Now this force buy coming in means money is going to be rocky for them. They don't have the AWP on Nitro, but like we said, not really a big deal with this particular team. But Taco on the MP9, we saw his great flank before. Sabotage, the fact he just didn't have the firepower to back it up.
And keep in mind, ladies and gents, at one point, this was 12-1 to Liquid. Oh, Voxic's just
what's happened there?
Bondic, though. How's that happened? And it's gone from bad to worse. This is the only player to answer back, but he's been destroyed.
Oh, no.
What a time to get that happening, though.
Not like this. Just when it seemed like they're getting back into the game, the team kill from Voxic. That's going to be such a bitter pill to swallow here. They were looking so good. It seems like it's inevitable now. The Team Liquid will take map number 1. It's Dead Fox left with 4 players to find and a bomb to plant. He has time to work with here, but it feels like his days really are numbered. And Liquid doing absolutely everything to guarantee this round victory. Nobody's challenging. They're holding on the bomb sites here. Nitro very passive towards B as a smoke is deployed towards shore. At this point, in my opinion, it looks like Dead Fox will just be padding stats, but you've got to give it your all. You've got to see if it's possible, see if mistakes are made. And it looks like there it is. Okay, Nafly will be going down first. 3 versus 1 now. And 45 seconds remaining. It still has a slight chance.
It is a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, for sure. Twists laid in wait. Going to hear these footsteps a mile off, so Dead Fox Solid work, has walked at the right moment. I don't think the Twist heard it, but surely his days are numbered. No, he's been spotted. Deadbox gets another one, still retaining 58 of his health. The worst thing Liquid could do now is peek him one by one. This is how Deadbox could potentially clutch. He's got a leash to deal with, and also time itself. He's getting dragged out, but Nitro, he's able to hold the line and Liquid get it done.
So as we built up, Vince, sure, Liquid win the map, and it was always looking like that was going to be the case. But they got them sweating. Hellraisers came back into that game. They had some compelling rounds, and the players warmed up to it. Voxic, abysmal first half, finishes on 22 frags. He sends out a stern message. He's now ready for Dust 2, and it sets the scene perfectly. They managed to get double digits. That's still a good game. Liquid are one of the teams in the conversation to win this major. They managed to get double digits here, and now their map coming up, I feel like they can actually do the second map. I feel like there's going to be enough just to get them into the game. They're going to need a little bit of luck with the pistols and some momentum and some great clutches there. But overall, I'm enjoying this series so far, and it's good to see Hellraisers not down and out. We'll take it to a break and be back with the desk at map number 2.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every flag. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely, which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway for the love of the game.
Nanosecond kill, and look at the guns for AWPs. Fnatic, they're ready to shoot some ducks as they cross the middle. It's going to be a challenge, and Apex not in this lifetime.
And now it's Hiko, 1-on-5. Geralt is going to be waiting. Hiko charges in, doesn't check. Oh, what? Oh my god! Inhuman reactions! Issue at all. Geralt trying to walk. 1v2 running up here, P250 out, jumping and shooting, he gets one more kill, looking for it, he's got him hunted down, time is up, oh my god, Geralt, you're gonna be kidding me, he gets the last kill in! A couple of kills, Orient to stay alive, but he couldn't really hide after that first one. Forrest, Wild Flash, gonna take down Sivnix, what a big kill, and he's got the C set out, goes for more, takes Dupree, he's ready with the AWP, he scopes through, he knifes him, oh my god, takes down Device, he's gonna get gutted and but he's
done a lot of damage. Both players have no health. 1 health point on McLaren. 11 on the next. Here we go. Swag gets this third frag for him. It's up against Ictus. Swag
he's out of ammo. A knife is out. What's happening? Flusher. He's getting stabbed. He goes down.
There's the flash. That's going to catch Crims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple. The Fnatic are not done yet.
Whew. Well, if that didn't get the nerd chills going, this game certainly did. If you're a Hellraisers fan, close to come back. Liquid, they dominate, they throw down the gauntlet, they show exactly what they're made of in the first half that Hellraisers will certainly remember. And now we have to sit there and talk about just how close they could have gotten. I'm joined by Sponge and Threat to talk about this one. Liquid 1-0 up in their quarterfinal.
I think both positives to look at here is just the blistering form that Liquid came out the gates with. Obviously, a 12-3 first half of the T side of Mirage is fantastic. But then the second positive, even though, you know, the Hellraisers weren't too competitive, is they had a chance to warm into the game, and you saw players like Woxic coming alive just here.
And this is the worst map for Hellraisers as well. We have to point that out.
I didn't get to see Woxic's reaction live, but I got to see it there. And this poor guy, he had two rounds which are gonna they're gonna grate on you. They're gonna be lingering in your memory. This round, the one it ended on, look at his face there on the end.
Well, the thing is,
just shoot a teammate in the back of the head.
To put that in context, right? So in the first half of the game, he only had 6 kills. Their economy was constantly getting absolutely obliterated, and he wasn't able to afford the AWP. In the second half, when they got the ball rolling, he was able to get himself up to 23 kills. So think about it. He had 17 kills in the second half. Obviously, he had that team kill there, and he was unable to close that clutch. But his impact in the second half was huge to get him to the point of 10 rounds. But you have to thank, I think, Dead Fox for his performance in the first half for getting them any rounds on the board at all. That guy seems to be the king of those clutch multi-kills.
And that's what we were talking about, Fred, when we brought up those, you know, the 3 non-stars, quote unquote, who do seem to do a lot of the heavy lifting when the pressure is on. And Dead Fox kind of gave them a chance coming into the second half. Yeah,
I mean, he was the only guy, as Chad said, that showed up on that CT side. And I think we need to draw some similarities with this game and the Astralis game, Liquid Astralis. They were up 13-2 in that game, 12-3 this one. And then it seems like their game plan just completely fall off on the CT side.
Yeah, and you could see, like, from the very first gun round on the CT side, Elige going window with the M4. A lot of people might have missed it, but he had a smoke in his hand, and it was meant to be a Molotov. If you drop that Molotov in the window and the T's are smoking it, you're going to block that, and you're going to get a chance to have a pick. He double smoked window, so you could see that. I'm not sure if the nerves of having such a fantastic half came into play, but there was a little bit of shaky moments there for Liquid. They have to get rid of that if they want to make it to or through an Astralis or potential FaZe.
And while we will continue to talk about that second half and some of Liquid's kind of perhaps faults in not closing that game out sooner, the explosive start is something you wanted to select and highlight, Fred.
Yeah, they had a really good start as they had versus Astralis. They made a very fast mid push towards Ventrum, as we're going to see here in this clip. You see, they looks like a regular default round, but there are actually 3 people just rushing towards short. I think Hellraisers might expect a fast B split here. But the cool thing about this is they take Ventrum, and then they're content with it. They don't have to do anything more, and they fall back, and then they go for the B split. This is actually way later into that round. And it's so easy. They have Ventrum, they hear all the rotations from Hellraisers, and it's so easy for them to just take that B side.
It's kind of cool that they paused.
Yeah, well, not only, you know, did they get that real estate, they also had the kill. So we know in the 4v5 situations, the CTs either they need to sit back, and then if you just get split on, you're going to be in a terrible position, or you have to make a play. So holding that real estate and just staying very passive, there's a likelihood they'll walk into your crosshair, and as long as you have a nice ending to the round, which they had there, you're playing it perfectly. And they had so many different faces throughout that entire first half, and we could really sit there and we could break down all those rounds. But I think the fact of the matter is just Elysian twists were so confident. Their aim was on point. Every time they stepped around a corner, they were hitting a headshot, and that's It's really difficult to deal with.
You see when they were saving 2 orbs, Hellraiser was saving 2 orbs, Dead Fox jumped for info apps and Twist just beheaded him.
You were dead.
Yikes!
And there was this round where Elish was playing Ticket Booth, and he had an AWP and an M4, and he just kept swapping them, and he got like 3 kills.
Yeah.
And that round is actually a good point to make about the CT side of Liquid. They're playing very passively. The only rounds they're getting is actually when Twist or Elish, they get multi-kills.
Yeah, and that's something we'll have to investigate coming into our second map, Dust 2. Come on, thinking caps on, gentlemen. You said that you've got high expectations of Liquid's Dust 2, but I'm looking at their recent matches. We haven't seen it.
I think the positive sign is at least they get to start on the T side. So if they can continue where they started on Mirage's T side, then they can just run around the map and headshot the players. But that's what I was touching on, is the fact that the Hellraisers guys have had a chance to warm into this. Yesterday, we just had blowouts. You know, nobody really, sure, Complexity made a better comeback on the second map, but the rookies really didn't deliver. I thought the theme was going to continue after we saw, the first 6 or 7 rounds of this game. It just felt like, oh, well, same as yesterday. It's just going to continue until we get to Astralis versus FaZe. I have real high hopes now for Hellraisers. I said 2-0. I still think it's going to be 2-0 Liquid, but I think Hellraisers can give us another entertaining game. Maybe 12 rounds?
I mean, just finding a way to slow down this clearly regimented and well-structured T side from Liquid. I mean, if you had to brainstorm, how do you stop a team that have clearly planned the first 5 rounds of their T side?
It's going to be really difficult, especially on Dust 2. It's very hard to hold that A-long area in the beginning of the rounds. We're probably going to see a lot of fast pushes from Liquid there. I'm more worried about Liquid's CT side, however. Will they play as passive as they did on Mirage? I mean, if they do, we might actually see a double-digit side for Hellraisers.
Well, not only that, we look at this, they have Nitro as the primary AWPer for this team. Now, he's only taken that over more out of necessity than the fact he's ever wanted to be an AWPer. If you compare that to Voxic, who's now warmed up on the AWP, and Dead Fox as well, that's a pretty potent double AWP duo against Nitro, and then who's going to get it? Maybe Twist will pick it up. Naf has shown that he can pick it up as well. The problem there is if the AWPs get online early, especially on the CT side of a map like Dust 2, the rifles can get picked off unless they have very clinical strategies.
I see a world where Dead Fox and Voxic both get AWPs early, a Hellraiser's pistol, suddenly Liquid are playing against a brick wall. I mean, there is a world where we see a third map, and I certainly wouldn't mind. It's been fantastic Counter-Strike from Hellraisers, apart from a couple of slip-ups. That clutch from Voxic would have been legendary. That would have been in Mirage legendary moments. I love that Dust 2, and hopefully we'll get some of those iconic moments on this Dust 2 as we're about to be jumping back into the game as people start to take to their seats. The casters will take to the microphone. It's once again Henry G and Vince.
Thank you very much, Alex. Indeed, I think the analyst built it up quite nicely there. Hellraisers warming up into this best of 3. They move on to Dust 2 next. Voxic was looking dangerous, and hopefully he can deliver once again.
Absolutely, because this is his playground. This is where he runs rampant, and he can absolutely carry this team. And Issa also had a very slow start. He had moments. He wasn't quite the Issa that we'd like to see, but I think this is where he can also really shine.
One thing I will say, Vince, is this has always been a bit of an upcomer for me, and that's why we should check out upcomer.com. Sorry, you haven't seen how bad this is. EP. But ladies and gentlemen, I think we might be ready. Are you guys ready? Dust 2 is coming up. Liquid versus Hellraisers. Liquid with the map advantage right now. And we'll see if Hellraisers can bounce back and take us to a third. We'll have a look at the buys. 1 smoke, 2 flashbangs, a Molotov, and Twist gets a last second smoke as well. This looks like a straight up B rush. All 5 players to this side of the map. And Angels patrolling lower B. They are going in with a rush, and Dead Fox is left to defend.
Can just tap straight through the smoke into the head of Taco alongside Issa. Can just see a pixel protruding over the boxes. It's really lame. It's a super rough trade, but it is going to go in favor of Liquid now with 2 kills back to back. Angel point blank range is going to whiff on a leash, and this looked like it was going to be tied up nicely. Voxic from the shadows is going to strike for 2 alongside Bondic, allowing Naplight in a 1-2 situation, and Hellraisers do come out ahead, and that was a much needed pistol round.
Yeah, that's going to get their heads in the game now. They know they can win Dust 2 here. A pretty interesting approach from Team Liquid. We've said before that the B bomb site on Dust 2 seems a lot more viable now, but maybe not so much where Bondic and Dead Fox are finding kills through smokes. They managed to at least make it compelling, but no bomb was planted. Suggests the force buy is coming out from Liquid here in round number 2, and indeed it is. You can see Deagle with 3 of those with armor. Nitro a little bit less, but Twist gets tagged up by the Starks. Voxic is winning the scout battle at this moment, and even more so now as he connects his second shot. That's an early 5 versus 4, and Voxic starts to get warmed up at this point. That should be quite a convincing round, especially at this point where Angels got good positioning, takes 1 more down, but now they need to be careful. No need to overcommit in the 4-on-3.
And mark my words, ladies and gents, you're going to see a lot more shots through the mid doors from Voxic. He is one of the best players when it comes to consistently landing shots with the AWP or the scout. Taco 1-on-4. Just kills across the board. Bondic, Issa, and Voxic all claiming ones of their own. We can add Dead Fox to the mix as he catches Taco completely unawares. Great start for Hellraisers.
Great start. They managed to negate that force buy in the second round. The scout looking deadly. Voxic yet to die. 3 kills to his name. And it should be the full eco now for Team Liquid. We'll see Glocks and no armor. P250 now for Taco. I'm interested to see what kind of game plan Liquid are bringing to the table here. Hellraiser with a chance to farm some cash there around number 3. You can push in towards lower B with the MP9s if you want to. Voxic will look for more kills with the scout, spots the head of 1. It's actually going to be Nitro stuck in towards that suicide area. 4 players going lower B now. Just trying to challenge the scout. They're going to run out together, but he's looking for the big spray down now as he farms the cash for days of the MP9. All 4 kills found, denied the ace by Nitro. But that's a lot of money in the bank there, Vince, and Angel will close things out. A nice clean round from Hellraisers. Issa with $9,000 in the bank now. That's not bad at all.
And importantly, shorts and anti-eco, that's a lot of confidence.
Yes, indeed. And the fact of the matter is they actually want to get rid of one of those MP9s for the first gun round. It actually benefits him dying there, in my opinion. He's got $9 grand in the bank. Can't really get much more. Bring out a rifle now and boost the chances of winning this round. As we get into it, they're going to keep the scout on Voxic. He's got $7,000 as well. So looking to save cash instead of bringing out the high-impact weaponry.
Does show, though, that they can have a bit of grit, too. They're not trying to force this. They're not trying to rush it. They're going to take it in their own stride. Definitely respect that from Hellraisers. Double player push on long. Will not yield any kills for the time being. Angel needs to be very careful. He doesn't try too hard to get into long doors, as Nafly was putting some preemptive shots around the corner. Liquid taking control of mid. Still on their side of the doors, however. Not going to be an issue for Hellraisers to deal with anytime soon. They have plenty of utility still on their belts. 1 HE tossed out onto shorts. Not going to really do any damage whatsoever from Liquid. Still have all 5 of their smokes, though.
Can't imagine we'll see anything quick at this point from Team Liquid. You see the bomb still relatively close to T-spawn. Naflight is holding for any sort of aggression towards the long doors. And he would be right in thinking there could be a possibility of just that. Angel waiting on the other side of the doors there. MP9 in hand, reminiscent of Snacks sort of gameplay here. As he sits there, baited in by Bondic. So they're trying to use the weaponry they have to the best possible way. Angel with that close MP9, now going to be smoked in. That's such a great smoke. 30 seconds remaining, Vince. Oh, is it great? There's a bit of a gap. It's actually going to send them packing here. They're making footsteps. Angel's heard all of that. They have to go quickly towards shore here. Hellraisers are looking really in charge of this round.
And Hellraisers know it. If he's heard footsteps, they have to go short or they're going to time themselves out. This is where the AWP would be ideal. Bonding with the Famasto is able to get one, comes back in for seconds, and gets it done to Unleash. The bomb's also sprawled out towards CT. This round is going the way of Hellraisers. They're going to take one casualty in the form of Issa, but Nafly wants no part of it. Hellraisers off to a 4-0 lead.
This is phenomenal by them. That's a bonus round victory as well, Vince. Very slow, cagey play there from Liquid. Their default yielded almost nothing for them, and here's Bondic getting it done. He's been sensational throughout this tournament. Really enjoyed his anchoring of bomb sites, and this round is no different. Punishes with the Deagle to get the third kill, and that's all down to that one smoke towards long, Vince. If you can save a smoke for 30 seconds and chuck it on a key choke point at that point, like towards long A, that's so good. It pushes them back towards shore. He heard them coming. Bondic was in position, and now they've got so much money here. And now the AWP comes out as well. Nafly with a tactical purchase of the AK-47. His teammates will stay on the Desert Eagles right now. So this is just down to your star player feeling like he can get something done. Yes, you might not win the round, but if you can find 2 or 3 kills, get an opening, a bomb plant down, that's great. It means you get extra money across the board. He might be on an SMG in the next one, but it's worth the risk when you've got star players like Nafly who are willing to find frags. But it will be Angel to strike first. Might want to consider staying alive at this point, as Naf will take him down, and that gives up the fact they've got the AK-47. Good grenade that will do significant damage. My goodness, about 100 there towards shore, and Voxic ready and waiting. They get locked in by the incendiary, but where are these kills coming from? The Desert Eagles just lighting up the scoreboard right now, and Dead Fox left in the 3 versus 1 out of nowhere. The one AK-47 does it. The Desert Eagles deliver. And it's Hellraisers just looking at 6s and 7s there, Vince. Where did those kills come from?
I think we're going to find out right now on this replay. Elise just teeing off. Oh my god.
Not bad.
That's one way to get back in the round.
Well, there we go. Back in the game as well. And it was looking very bleak at one point, but there it is, the AWP for Nitro. The first time we've really seen Liquid bring out the sniper. Like I said, Dust 2 just demands the AWP. You can't ignore it. As they'll go towards long, but looking 4 players here. Flash battle continues. Angel looking to push through the smoke here and take down Twitch. He's already made his way through. Doesn't quite connect the shots, but a trade comes through. It's going to be Bondic, who's only good for 1. Now Liquid with full 1 control, but Voxic, a very strong member of Hellraisers, has the AWP. Alone on the site, but this is where you can really punish him if you have presence from short and indeed long. He'll drop the smoke to extinguish the flames and hit the shot, and Leash goes down. It's exactly what I'm talking about. He's more than capable of defending this push.
Especially now that Catwalk is no longer an issue from Tick and 10 with. There's the second frag. Nitro mid-air. Clay Pigeon shooting for Voxic. He also leg tackle, I believe, so it's going to force him back, but Nafly counteracts with one of his own. There has been enough time, though, for the CTs to make a move towards the A side. Issa just on the elevator, and Dead Fox is watching, just making sure they don't rotate and wrap back around through T-spawn. Short to 2v2, but Hellraisers should now be favorites. The angles are covered. Team Liquid, they're stuck in. It's getting claustrophobic, and as each second passes, it goes in Hellraisers' hands furthermore.
2-on-2. They still need to get close to the bomb site here. The crossover is the biggest concern. They only have the incendiary. Dead Fox has locked them in at long doors. They can't remove themselves from this part of the map, and time is ticking away. Is there an open, wide position? Suggests that this could be possible now. They could trade out a kill, but good rotation coming in. They've got players towards short. CT spawn. The cross is actually pretty successful here. It's now in a 1 versus 1. The incendiary does nothing for him, but Nafly comes out on top there. Comes down to the 1v1 of the air. Nafly with 4 kills. Doesn't have to plant the bomb anymore. He'll take the AWP into the next. Their money's relatively strong as well. But remember, Hellraisers with that 4-round streak managed to build up a decent bankroll as well. Here's Nafly taking down Voxy. That was the kill that really mattered. 4 in total. The incendiary to bait out the CT, and then takes down Issa as well. The buy comes in for Hellraisers. Not as strong as I was hoping for. You've got a couple of deagles there, 2 rifles in the scouts, which can be very deadly in the right hands. Voxic certainly capable of finding the headshots with that particular weapon. Zacho spots a player on the corner, falls back with the incendiary deployed.
Going for the force will yield a couple of M4s, Deagles and
a scout. And remember, it was in Elige's hands where Liquid dug themselves out of a very deep ditch just a couple rounds prior. Deagle really is the pocket AWP on Dust 2. You can do so much work with them. Oh yes. Plus some Kevlar and a kit. So it is a weakened Hellraisers, but definitely don't take them lightly. And sure, Liquid won't be doing that. They're feeling their way out of mid, poking and probing, found nothing just yet. At least they know that no one's close in mid. It does give them a bit of peace of mind to push on Catwalk.
Make their way up. Remember, Voxic is alone on the A site, this time with the lesser of the two snipers. Gonna need headshots for days here to pull this one off if they execute towards that side of the map. Taco waiting for any sort of B aggression. They have 3 players on shore right now. Nitro clearing out the close range encounters with the AWP. No CT presence just yet. They are running out of smoke, so, but still, Voxic will have nothing, but Bondic still with his smoke towards long. He can drop that probably around now, which he does. That's gone down the long doors. So now they can guarantee they can actually just focus towards short. I think Bondic can come back up Voxic, but is it going to be too late? He hits a couple of shots there, there's significant damage, but will it be enough?
And then really need Bondic now to stand tall, but he's already backed away towards long.
They might as well save those M4s. This round is looking now impossible now. They'll save an M4A1S in the hands of Angel, Bondic with the M4A4, and Taco, he's on the hunt.
Certainly is the correct call. Even though 2 scout shots landed, it's going to be frustrating for Voxic, but it's about playing the percentages. It's about playing the longer game. The bigger picture is always the more important. Taco wasn't exactly the greatest of confrontations, but Nafly is going to get you up handed to Bondic, and Angel goes down 2. So scrap everything we just said, Henry. No M4s going through to the next round.
Nothing at all.
Rest in peace.
They will be fully eco by the looks of things, and Team Liquid, after stealing a round away with the Desert Eagle, was a sequence we couldn't even keep up with. They've now got 3 rounds in a row, presumably 4 of the eco they'll be coming up, and Taco looking like he's picking up the AWP for the initial crosshairs, because Nitro's got a great spawn for long with Elige. I'm almost certain they're going to take it, so we'll follow that thread, see where it leads us. I'm assuming they'll just try and get out long quickly, knowing the money's ruined. Unless they have significant utility, they can't really justify challenging you at the long area, and Elige, Naf, Nitro and Taco making their way towards long. They'll flash out, turn around, and now try to get towards that pit.
Resident Desert Eagle in the hands of Angel. There's going to be the one threat, the one warning sign going off. He's been able to connect, he's going to back away. Mid push, Taco's read this. A few steps ahead of Voxic. The easiest kill he could really ask for. And Liquid should be drawing us back to 4 apiece. Do go back to that round again, the Elige round that you were talking about with the Desert Eagle. This could be Hellraisers. 6-7 rounds already on the board another day. The grandest stage of them all, though, Liquid hanging on for dear life. Now going to make a maneuver onto A. Angel's going to be watching from CT with his Desert Eagle. Not going to land anything. There was a flashbang in his eyes just beforehand. Now Twist is going to be able to once again perch himself up with the AK and rain down some serious pain. It's going to force away Hellraisers. They're going to recuperate. Think about what this next round has in store. It should at least be a buy, at the very least.
I think you might be right. We'll look at the loss bonus right now. That is going to be a 4 stage going into round number 9. They're currently sat on around $2,500 per player. So, indeed, they should have more than enough to buy. They're going to have $2,400 on top of what they already have. So, the orbs will come out. I think it'll be the first we might see the double orb setup. Probably one of the most viable maps for on the CT side. If you can get an open up the either side of the map, Issa just taking a lot of damage for the door there. Doors have been nuts since back in the day. They're a little bit harder to find kills through, but you can see effective damage found there. Nitro seems to be aware of the possibility. Finishes off in style. As I said, double AWP setup is what I anticipate now. We'll see if it rings true, as it's another clean sweep there for Team Liquid. M4s for now. Voxic can afford the AWP and Kevlar. They've taken a tactical timeout to discuss their options, distribute the wealth accordingly. See them discussing their options now. Issa and Voxic instrumental in the success of Hellraisers. Currently, it's Bondic at the top of the charts with 7 and 3. Issa 6, Voxic 6. But they're just warming up now. They have lost 4 rounds in a row. What's the play going to be? They want to change their setup somewhat and go for that double orb setup, hit 1 and B, and have more firepower in terms of the rifles towards the mid doors. Have Voxic anchoring the A site and players playing around him. We'll see what the play is. Deadfox still yet to purchase, as you can see. We're anticipating him to get that secondary orb. Still has $6,000 to his name, and indeed it comes out. So they will be challenging Taco, who seems to be the primary AWPer, at least for now. He's actually got the long spawn. That's why he picks it up. So he'll be going towards that first challenge. He's going to have a lot of players on the other side as well. Can't nail the shots. Pushed off once again by the Incendiary. And the CTs are safe to cross over towards the pit now.
This is really where the double ops can get implemented. Hold their angles, force Liquid into aggressive peaks, aggressive angles. Bondik is by himself. This could be a bit of an issue, especially as he's the player that tossed out the Molotov just earlier. So he's still got that smoke to blockade off long. Deadfox prowling on B. Can sense prey. Not able to strike. Needs to be very careful. He doesn't overstay his welcome. Could have got sprayed through that smoke. Voxic in the meanwhile is going to have a chance of his own. It's a swing and a miss from both the AWPers, and Voxic's gone down. Angel's going to follow suit. Twist with a double. The entries once again, the Achilles heel of Hellraisers. And Bondik is the last man standing on the A side of the map, and surely not for too much longer. It's not an angle you're going to check, and down he will fall. Exquisite work by Twists once again.
Just too much to handle now, isn't it? Hellraisers dropping off after a high-flying start, I have to say. The pistol victory, the bonus round win, and now it seems to be falling apart. Liquid are manhandling them at this point. It's going to be Deadfox and Issa holding on to their weaponry. Deadfox doing a great job so far. Takes down Unleash as he holds on in towards that B bomb site. They're both positioned there. It's looking likely both of them will survive at this point, as the money really does begin to swell for Team Liquid now. They've got plenty of money. Few of them will be in 5 digits going into the next round, so plenty to work with, pretty much secure for the rest of the rounds here, as round number 10 will be coming in. Deadfox saves the orb. They get maximum loss bonus into the next round with a saved M4 as well. They actually have a buy there. Deadfox can drop an M4. It's the same story. They can have all the rifles required going into this one, but really haven't seen much from them in the last few rounds. Twist is making it look way too easy here as he comes in and decimates his opponents with the AK-47. Fantastic player, definitely in the conversation for MVP of the tournament so far. And Liquid, a lot of people are speculating they could win this entire major, Vince. What do you think about that?
I think they're definitely in for a shout. If you look at all the other top sort of caliber teams, they've all had shakes, they've all had jitters. Liquid typically have been very good so far. Yes, they had the overtime against Vegas Squadron, but Vegas Squadron are no poor team themselves. Exactly. So yeah, I think that's a fair shout at the time being. But Astralis,
oh, this B split.
Oh no,
this is brutal. There's only one player there waiting for them. It's Deadfox. He's got the CZ, and for somehow they're winning the frags here. Voxic and Angel, they'll chime in first, and Bondik with a quick flank here, but he is making a lot of noise. He needs to be very careful, and Voxic will get a headshot coming forward here, but it seems like it could fall apart. 3 versus 2 now, and Twist keeps delivering the pain with the AK.
They've pushed in though, Henry. Look at where the 2 teammates are. They're miles away.
They were trying to deny the plant. That's what I can assume, because it does kind of make sense, because you remove one player from the situation for 4 seconds and that plant comes in. They're trying to capitalize upon that, but eventually it has led them here. This really isn't looking too good now, as they have to defuse that bomb, but still have the HP advantage. Bondik will get destroyed by Twist, who finds his 3rd kill. It's up to Issa now, one of the absolute stars of Hellraisers, making his way forward, applying the pressure here. They're low HP, but he's running out of time. First kill comes in. He knows that Nitro's close. Fancy footwork should lead him to the kill, but no, Nitro at close range denies it once again. 6 in a row for Team Liquid. That was looking like they had a shout in that one. A 5-on-3 to kick things off, but Twist reels it back in for Team Liquid.
Hellraisers straight back into another purchase. Look at the funds though. Liquid, they have so much money in the bank.
They really do. 13k on Nitro, 11 on NAF. 5 for Hellraisers once again. Didn't fully invest into the previous round, but all those kills are in vain unless you're winning. Issa will take down Liege. Another opening advantage here for Hellraisers.
Voxic did the main work though, but Issa comes in with a second. This is more like it, Hellraisers. Taco's going to force his way through the smoke, but that's into his own demise. Now Nitro and NAF, the weight of round 11 on their shoulders. The flashbang's perfect, and it's a flawless round for Hellraisers.
Much better. A faster approach there from Liquid, throwing their default away, not going for that long spawn either. Tried to force issue up short. So the reason they're doing that is, Vince, obviously they've tried to go short. They tried to go long at the beginning of almost every single round so far, and they're anticipating the CTs to adjust to that. They start going fast towards short, but Angel and co are ready and waiting. Like you said, clean sweep, exactly what Hellraisers needed. Sure, 6 rounds against them in the row, but it's still 6-5. This is anyone's game. They can come back and win this half. So that's great for Hellraisers, and back to long we go as Team Liquid bombard that area with flashbangs. Alige, Nav, Twist all take over, and Bondic alone on the A side, but he's at least safe for now as Liquid players make their way towards the pit. That's Alige who will secure it, and my favorite strategy on Dust 2, if you do get long control of this, you leave normally an AWP or a strong fragger who can hold the pit by themselves. You send everyone back towards shore, and now you know they can't be in the A ramp. You can really execute towards A effectively from the short position. Let's see if they're that way inclined or they continue with their long approach. As Naf and co look to be lining up smokes, just deliberating on who's going to deploy what. Voxic now, AWP. He swaps out with Bondic to hold the A site. Smoke for CT spawn by the looks of things. Nitro holding for rotation, so they will commit towards A. Smoke on short, smoke on CT spawn. And Angel looking for intel here, but what a shot from Nitro. That's what his positioning's all about. And they've gone back towards short. So that's what we want, Vince. The fact we've got Alige waiting along, they can't hold the A ramp anymore. CT is battling, and Issa is ready to do it. Matako takes him down, and this is where things become extremely uncomfortable for Voxic. Players all around him now. He manages 2, and that could be enough for Dead Fox and Bonded to at least attempt a retake here.
Man, a player of Issa's caliber has got to be landing that shot. That was brutal to watch. It looks like Hellraisers will at least flirt with the idea with just 22 seconds left, but Bondic's going to miss the spray. And with that, the round surely will follow. Dead Fox wants out. He's tapping out of round 12. Liquid will get a 7-5 lead. And again, you go back to that Issa miss. That could have been such a power play for Hellraisers. Instead, it's egg in the face.
It really is. Doesn't taste very good either. Dead Fox alone. Textbook Counter-Strike there, as I built it up. If you have long control like that, that's a great objective to achieve in the first few seconds of a round. You get it uncontested as well, you keep the majority of your utility, you can fall back towards short. They allow you up short after they know you've got full long control. Something's gone wrong there. We need to see a reaction of Hellraisers. If you lose prime real estate like long A reaction has to come through. You need B tunnels. You can't just allow them to have full control of every sector of the map there. Nitro should have felt more pressure from the tunnels, and instead of being able to focus primarily on that short position, he should have felt a lot more pressure, but still, great shot by him to open things up towards short. Liquid playing a pretty perfect game so far as they've won 7 of the last 8 rounds. Hellraisers with another buy available. M4's and saved AK. No AWP for Voxic though, no damage inflicted luckily as they cross over, and a complete change of setup here. Looks like the B rush will be coming through. Tonight he's got the lineup here. He's going for multiple frags. He did a boatload of damage there, Vince, but unfortunately only 1 kill to his name, and the B bomb site not completely open. We still have 1 player in the form of Voxic waiting, and low HP players in front of him, but if he goes down with nothing, this could be disastrous.
They're limping, staggering, and they're being put down with authority. Angel with 2. Issa is going to clean up the rest, and Nafly in no position to even contest this. There's still 1 minute and 15 or thereabouts on the timer, though. So he can really...
Oh, he spotted him.
I think he did just spot a pixel going across, yeah. He's hoping to at least get this kill, do as much damage economically to Hellraisers as he possibly can.
Indeed, absolutely agree. Probably can't win the round, but every kill he gets will hurt them significantly in the last few rounds here. Makes his way towards middle. He knows his presence here. Takes down Bondic. They've got the bomb in B. He doesn't need to be challenging those positions whatsoever, Bondic. He can hold in CT spawn and just cover their backs and make sure mid's covered. The fact he's going towards middle at all, a little bit baffling for me, but there we go. He's made things expensive, and now there's a chance they could throw this round away. Nafly is incredibly calm and very good with the AWP. He'll throw a smoke out as his time starts to dwindle now. That takes vision away from the CTs. I'll bait out the utility. See, that's exactly what he wanted. He now knows they're both in there. They heard the incendiary and the HE deployed at the same time. Gives him a bit of a cue, a bit of a clue as to what's on the other side here, the B bomb site. 15 seconds coming up. He needs to pick up that bomb, but more importantly, he needs to kill both of these players as quickly as he can. Oh my god, he can pull this one off. This will be absolutely sensational. He can't find the last frag, but he makes things very, very expensive. Voxic holds his nerve, but at what cost? Because now they're in a really problematic situation. Naf was tantalizingly close to finishing that one off.
Yeah, and he had $7,500, so he can just easily go for another buy anyway. The Hellraisers are in all sorts of trouble. Another tactical timeout being deployed. We'll have the open hands of Voxic at the very least. But Dead Fox and Issa only got mid to high $3,000.
Yes. So the last 2 rounds now, sure they win the previous, but with 1 player surviving. Voxic luckily brought over the AWP, managed to pick that up, but he only had about 4.5k residual cash. He can drop an M4. There's definitely going to be compromises here that is working out how they can be as efficient as possible with their limited supply of cash. Dead Fox still yet to buy, might have a drop on the floor. Time will tell. This has gone with the FAMAS. Voxic AWP, I dare say he might challenge towards middle now. He hasn't really been that aggressive with that pick towards T-spawn. This sort of round, he might be thinking he wants to go for it, but doesn't look like it. Might actually challenge towards long. He hasn't really been there up close with the AWP looking at the corner. Even if he gets flashed, he can take an educated guess as to where the players are coming out towards, smoke down, and now that takes his vision away. He is going to fall back to a safer position.
Meanwhile, Angel making a move up mid. Taco's been watching this angle a few times. This time it's Nitro. Doesn't necessarily have to push all the way around until he knows that the entirety of Liquid are pushing on A long. If he dies, this is a huge vulnerability in mid. It's going to have to be ironed over from the rest of Hellraisers. This position is so vitally important. Voxic, in the meanwhile, going to be trying to play more passive, using the AWP at the backside of the site, looking down to A long. And he's about to get tested. There are still 3 smokes and a couple of Molotovs to play with. They're taking away his vision, double Molotoving the back of the side. He can't stand in that, otherwise his health will just disintegrate. And Twists once again is getting entries. Voxic though is going to connect, the bomb goes out into the open, and Is able to connect with his FAMAS. Nitro in the meanwhile is doing so much damage towards Catwalk. This round still on Razor's edge. They don't have control of the bomb.
This is looking very dangerous for Team Liquid. Voxic's position sabotaged their attempts towards the A side, but now he's getting a little bit uncomfortable towards the box position here. Players towards short, and Nitro, that's a brave play. Oh my god, it's sensational! As he takes down 2, that could be enough. Dead Fox will at least bring it into a winnable situation now. 2 versus 2. Bomb planted, smoke down. Elise will hold towards Goose. And of course, it will be the boy Naf at the car, looking to cause damage here. Great positioning. He's got a guaranteed kill here.
Well, good luck, Dead Fox. 40 health, make that 0. Nafly rings in with the final 2 kills. Liquid 8-6 in the lead. Hellraisers are absolutely broken in this last round.
You could see how tentative Liquid were here. The newer player was there in Voxic's position. Nitro's like, you know what, boys, I'm just going to go get stuck in. Hopefully the timings work out for me. He managed to take down the AWP, swings around, finds a player towards short as well. It's those kind of plays that win those incredible rounds for your team. Taco's got the best spawn possible for long. I'm assuming he's going to try and get the pick here, and you can see it's the harsh reset for Hellraisers once again. They've got barely any money. The scouts are coming out, but the HGs are looking good, but Taco even better. Takes down Angel, takes significant damage for her, but he's got the AWP, Vince. He can just hold up defensively now, even in T-spawn if he wants to, and see whether his team can close out the round.
Does put more pressure on the rest of his team, though. He's in range of any of these weapons now for an insta-death. Voxic with a scout, that would have been an insane flick, but it's a Liege with his AK-47 tailor-made for entry frags. And he will oblige. Elijah spotted a second player, going to be jumping into CT side, and Nitro will finish off the rest. It's going to be a 9-6 half as Liquid, they were 4-0 down at one point, really brought it back with a vengeance.
It was looking like Hellraisers were really getting their teeth sunk into this second map, Vince. I was enjoying their style, their energy in the first few rounds. The pistol victory was convincing, but at that point, it all started to crumble as when Liquid won that eco round, the Desert Eagles from hell. As they come up towards shore, they hit absolutely everything at that point. There was no stopping them. Every round they did give away, which is only 2 after that, they completely reset and punished for it. They looked great. They had good fundamentals, some classic Counter-Strike being played there with the long take mentality, falling back and pincering the bomb site. Just to note, not too many mid-splits there. They were just focusing on their defaults, not too many executions. As we get into the second half here, ladies and gentlemen, it's Hellraisers on the ropes, a map down at 9-6 in the second half here on Dust 2. 5 sets of armor for the North Americans. No defuse kits just to add. Dead Fox with 1 smoke and a P250 for Issa. They'll head towards B as well. It seems to be a bit of a favor in this version of Dust 2. And Taco, the only player to defend them if they want to execute quickly here. There's the smoke, and Taco knows what's coming. He spots many players here, but does significant damage for no kills coming in just yet.
There we go. He's rattled off the first 10. It's going to be Issa. Push from the side though. Bondic will get the upper hand. It's allowed Nitro to make a move into the tunnels, but he's going to get dealt with too. Hellraisers have the player advantage. The strength in numbers approach should be enough to swarm the site and get the bomb planted, and they've done just that. And now Nafly is going to have a quick peek, protruding around the corner, finds Bondic all by his lonesome, jumping in, trying to bait out Woxic to get rid of all those bullets in the magazine. He's doing a decent job. Finally, they're starting to get a
wow!
Has got himself 2, runs out of ammunition. Nafly is able to answer back with one of his own, make it his second. Oh my God! And a third for the 4K. Does he have enough time? It's going to be very close. But I think he has it, Henry.
Hold your breath. It is going to be very close, but it looks like Nafly has pulled off the impossible there. Absolutely amazing display of skill. Nafly, that shot towards the end, Vince, that was unbelievable. My God. So calm as well. Knew what he had to do to finish things off there. 4 kills to his name, and that was looking like it was an open shot case for Hellraisers. The B site under their control. They traded out effectively there to crack open the B site, but it wasn't enough. They're going to have to buy in the second round here. The fact it came down to 1v1, they're trying to surprise early. Hellraisers with the unorthodox buy here in the second round. Is it going to be enough? Time will tell. Incendiary deployed towards the long doors. An interesting bounce off the telegraph pole to get it close and deny the rush. A Dead Fox, he'll have the scout. As soon as they fire off a single bullet of the AK, the CT will know what's up. They are preparing for the rifles in the third, but they need to be very careful and not be taken down. But the sure brilliance of Issa that could be coming out of the mid doors here.
Slowly, Hellraisers snake their way into Catwalk. 4 players strong. Dead Fox, the only player not joining them for the time being. Liquid don't have a huge amount of utility, just on 3 players, one of which is a lonely flashbang for Taco. Liege.
Did it actually work, that body block?
Did he just block that
He
smoke?
like stamped on the smoke and said, that's not coming anywhere near spawn.
Oh, that's so sick then.
I didn't even know it was that effective. I didn't think that was possible. Either way, it will be the long and short approach coming in. Actually, all 5 players towards short. Nitro with the UMP. Close range is where it does most of its damage here. Good flashbang to buy a little bit of time here. A player in front of him connects that shot as well, but this is still looking dangerous for Liquid as the AKs come in. That's more like it from Bondic. 3 kills for him once again.
And they're making a move back, but Taco's going to keep them alive. Going to keep them kicking in this round. They're not able to stop the bomb plant. This is where only that flashbang could be a real issue. Additionally, Hellraisers are going to double peek him. On the catwalk side, Taco is doing everything he can to buy enough time. Remember, he's the player with the MP9. It's all about the M4, but Bondic's picked up a 4K. He could be acing out Team Liquid. Taco takes his head clean off his shoulders, pushing in. But Woxic, partially through the box, is going to clutch for Hellraisers.
Woxic had no armor there. You can see 1 shot from an MP9 correctly landed on the head, would have taken him down at that range. That was so close. It's the 2 AKs, the single scout there of Hellraisers that saved the day. They're back in this game now. That could have been disastrous. They could have given up so much. But it works out for them. Still a lot of work to do here. The force buy in response from Team Liquid. Decent spawn for Woxic. He'll be taking that. He's got the AK-47 in hand. No one to challenge him on the other side, though. So they've got nice long control here to kick off the round. This could go either way now. Liquid, unlikely they win this with the pistols. And that should set up Hellraisers quite nicely. This should lead to 10-8, and then maybe 10-9 of the eco. that will come up subsequently. Dead Fox holding towards lower B. Now they've got long control, just biding their time. Like we said, CTs have to react. If you lose long and you know it, plays like this have to come through. Liege has to hunt for something here, and he's going up towards the top of middle. Is is waiting for him, no chance. Liege goes down. Oh, what? No way.
He will go down, but it's at the cost of Bondic's life. And all things considered, that's not a bad trade. Liquid now. Could they be on the precipice, on the brink of knocking Hellraisers down once again? Momentum's just not been working for them, but Dead Fox is going to move away from the threat, looming overhead from Taco. It's a with a second, but Nafly with his 5-7 is able to chime in for one kill. It won't be enough, though, to stop the A hit.
That's so sick from Issa. My God, he goes down eventually, but those 2 kills, close range, his reactions are so quick. Taco, 3 versus 1. Bomb will be planted, he's almost got no chance, and they're trying to use that AK as bait, at least Dead Fox is. Allow him to walk around the corner and pick it up, but Taco, he's just going to wait for the bomb to go off and try and steal it away.
It's all about inflicting damage once again. MP9 is not going to be super effective in the next round, he'd have to feel. Dead Fox able to survive. Mac 10 to the forehead of Taco. Money in the bank. Hellraisers bring it back to just a 2-round deficit with Liquid on an eco.
Wow, this is a game now, Vince. It all stemmed from that second round force buy with a couple of AKs, the Hail Mary. It certainly works out for them, and Hellraisers are deadly on their T side. Watch out when that all comes out and the gun rounds officially begin. Full eco, like we said, Team Liquid almost certainly going to give this one up. They'll go for a fast mid-take. Is an Angel that is going to head towards shorts. Bomb still down in T-spawn. It's going to pick up that early map control and see what they can do with it.
Must know that Liquid are into this very tight economic situation. Don't want to run in head over heels and get punished. They've done it a couple times, to be fair. Liquid in rounds they really had no stake in. They've came out and got 3 or 4 kills. They've even clutched a couple of them. That's going to be very much in the back of Hellraiser's minds. 1 flashbang for a leave. That's all the investment they have coming through into round 19.
If they get even a kill here on the Liquid side, I would be impressed. It's not really much they can do with this particular setup. 1 flashbang, USPs. I have seen full eco victories before, though, so not ruling out anything here, but we'll see. Angel coming up close, and the nade towards Goose is going to hurt.
Oh, actually, no, it's off onto the side. They were thinking the right idea is to an A-stack with the wrong position, and out come the CTs, and they will be exterminated. Voxic and Angel chime in, but Taco has got a kill, so there you go. The bonus is in effect. And a second. Come on, Hellraisers, dudes. Come on now.
Well, 2 kills and a bit of damage inflicted there. Liege will just fall away and go down eventually. So a little bit sloppier than we anticipated, but a nice idea from Team Liquid. The double stack towards Goose is certainly interesting with the 1 flashbang set up from long A, hoping to find a couple of kills. Exactly what they got, so that's not too bad. No orb for Liquid. Money just not there for them. They've got a basic buy here of all the M4s, which just to know are all M4A4s, no kits, and no AWP at all, of course, like that. So it's definitely an advantage for Voxic here. This is where he does his best work on the T side. It does too. Let's see whether he can find some opening damage here. It's actually a fast play from his teammates, detecting no challenge towards middle or short, and they've actually got out quite effectively here. Dead Fox to throw some flashbangs towards long to keep them entertained in that particular area. But for now, short control picked up. Not so much at long. Dead Fox will wait in the long doors.
The sun blot out with smoke on Catwalk, but there's plenty of fire to play with on the A side. Nitro trying his best to navigate himself to safety, but it's not going to be happening. This full buy from Liquid has been capsized. Hits the rocks. Hellraisers very likely to bring us back to a 10-10. Dead Fox making sure there will be no survivors from A site. Twist has been punished. And Taco may not be long for this world. Solid shot to Dead Fox. Perfect crosshair placement. Didn't have to move a millimeter. And he will upgrade from the M4 to the AK. That would be an excellent take out of the round, all things considered.
But Hellraisers, Henry, have moved one step closer, and now there is nothing to determine between these two teams.
10-10 coming in, and remember, we did say Liquid have not looked good financially. They go into that round of almost nothing. Hellraisers starting to punish them and bully them towards that short area. Voxic finds important frags to the AWP, and Angel backs him up as well. Dead Fox with a lovely play there. You can see him not overreacting, not overcommitting, just holding the long doors and stopping the CT retreat. He showed presence there at the very start of the round to keep players interested and dump their utility towards those long doors, while his teammates are aware there's probably no AWP available, considering it's Team Liquid and the fact they don't really have the finances to run up anyway. They're not going to have much short vision. They get up there quickly, and it's just so difficult to handle. That pincer, that looked like a shot that was going to connect for me, but
yeah, same.
Not quite. It's the eco for Team Liquid here with 2 rifles available from the previous round.
I was sure that connected in his head.
Yep.
Not even a tag. TS can be a very cruel place at times. Issa, though, not deterred. Of course, there's no way for Hellraisers to know just how close that was. Be backing away. The 2 assault rifles still in play, the only arsenal of weaponry they have at their disposal, but they've both been taken out. Now it's down to Nafly, M4 in hand. Can he stay this B push? It's all a ruse, though. The bomb is still on long. It's starting to make a move around now. Nafly in a bit of an off angle. Bit of a one and done position if he gets double peaked, but Issa is low. Nafly decides to take the initiative. He is peeking slowly but surely around the corner. He'll go. There's one. Can't transition to the second. Minimal damage inflicted to Hellraisers, and of course, the terrorist side, that's going to win the war when it comes to the economy struggle.
And there it is. The Hellraisers take the lead now. Only one player goes down. That's the support of Dead Fox dropped. Round 22 beginning momentarily. Hellraisers look fired up now. Remember, very difficult scenes on the opening map Mirage. They went down 12-3, battled back to 16-10 against them, but now looking like they're in the driving seat here on Dust 2. The orb comes out, doubly so on Team Liquid side. Nafly and Nitro rocking those weapons. Finally, a decent buy for Liquid here, and it's a long take once again from Issa and Bonding. Twist can't even challenge that. The flashes are too powerful. He'll fall back, and they'll try and position towards shore, where Nitro's already got full control of that area, looking towards top and middle.
This time it's long with a double stack on catwalk. Frustratingly for Liquid, they can't see anybody from the T's present. The information hasn't been really gathered just yet. The intel's not there. Molotov down on Carp, checking all the angles. This time Liquid haven't gone for any kind of a push-up mid. It's typically Hellraisers that did that when the roles were reversed, Angel notably. But they must know that so much rests on this round, Henry.
Well, it's a very defensive hold here from Liquid. He got a lead towards shore. Nitro there as well. Making sure they look at the crossover. They're allowing them to have long here, but Nitro, AWP, fixated on shore, looking for that one kill, then fade away. Doesn't nail it. Actually takes a lot of damage. It has to drop the smoke now. Things looking a little bit dicey. That should hold them off, though. The smoke ineffective there by the T side. It's up. Looking for the frags now. They'll only make it 2 for Elise. It looked like he was done for there. He gives them a man advantage for the first time in a while on the CT side.
That's ridiculous.
How's he got away with that?
Pushes through 2 separate angles. Nearly got damage on a third. 23 seconds left. Nitro needs to land one of these, and Bondic and Angel will. They will punish those whiffs.
And you have to say, Nitro on his day is a very good AWP player, but he's by no means world class. Sometimes not as in tune as other AWPers because he doesn't get to use the weapon as often. You can see those kind of misses come in, and those were very high impact kills, and once he should have at least got one up there. He misses the initial shot towards short and gets nothing done from the A bomb side. That's going to destroy his confidence as Hellraisers take the round. Fantastic shots from Bondic coming in once again, and it's up to Taco and Naf now to hold on to the AWPs and T spawn. Hellraisers starting to run away with this after winning the pistol in the second half. Liquid have now given up 6 rounds in a row. 12-10 overall. Hellraisers looking dominant on the T side of Dust 2. Liquid just can't get going, and Elise got the opening 2 frags there with an audacious push through the smoke. Shouldn't have got that 5 versus 3, but still it crumbles around him. The orbs will survive. They can drop M4s each, but I think a tactical timeout has to happen here for Liquid. Let's get Zeus involved and work out what the problem is here.
Let's see if that ends up being the case. It will indeed, Henry. Exactly as you said. Yep. And that, for me, that's one of the things, I'm not sure if you agree with this or not, Henry. I'd be curious to pick your brains on it, but
go on.
One of the things that I think stalls Liquid for being the best team in the world, or having me think that they're the favourites to still take this major, is that they do lack a world-class AWPer.
They have a good proficient AWPers. They do not have someone who's going to be a show-stopping AWPer, like your Voxics, like your Guardians, your Oscars, for example. Nitro definitely can do it, and on his day, it's amazing. He looks like he is world-class, but sometimes, maybe like today, he can't keep up, and the big shots will be missed, and it can all fall apart. So it definitely is a blessing and a curse. Like, they have these 5 rifles that can operate so well together, bring out the AWP when you need it. Sometimes it's great, but sometimes, on some occasions, when it misses a lot of the standard AWP shots, you have to question sometimes whether that's going to be sustainable to win multiple trophies across a year. But either way, Naf now will be taking that secondary AWP. It's not, you notice Nitro might have lost all his confidence, because he actually was the main AWP in the previous round, and now it's Taco and Naf who will be wielding the weapon instead. So there you go. Maybe that says it all.
Also Voxic, who is so good at piercing the mid doors on the cross, got a great spawn for long, so I actually gave that up for Angel to try and tap through mid. Wasn't able to connect anything. Now long control is starting to come to fruition for Hellraisers. I don't feel it's safe enough to take the bomb across there just yet, but it will be picked up momentarily from the very capable hands of Issa, who's going to give it to Dead Fox instead. Smoke onto mid. Now starting to filter out. Watching the angles, car, pit, all clear. And with this double up setup, they're going to be hoping for shots on the cross, otherwise this round will go the way of the terrorists. They want to keep those AWPs going into round 24 if they concede the bomb plant, but actually they're going to go for the push now. This is shaping up to be quite the scrappy climax to the round. Taco,
there we go.
Flick onto Issa is disgusting, and the bomb's gone and got dropped too. That's going to take them an extra couple of seconds to retrieve it. There's a small gap in the smoke. Nitro is waiting for that flashbang to dissipate. His retinas get burnt out. The bomb will be getting planted now, though. Bond it with a frag onto Twist. You can just see Angel's head protruding over the top of Car, but there's Voxic from long, and Nafly scampers away to try and save, but it will get denied. Hellraisers 13-10 in the lead. There was a moment there, though, Henry, but I thought feared the worst for Hellraisers.
Well, they could have done a lot more with that Liquid. They actually flashed Nitro, who was ready and waiting to pounce on that A ramp. He actually gets flashed by his own teammates. This was a great shot from Taco to open things up. They certainly had a chance, but here he comes, the man himself. The beast from the east takes down Nitro, and that was really the kill that decided the round for me. Another double AWP setup, Nitro picking it up once again. 13 frags to his name, 18 deaths. The top performer, of course, has to be Nafly for Liquid with 22 kills. He will be using the AWP as well, maybe a similar scene to what we saw against Astralis. He's like, just give me the AWP at this point. Let me show you how it's done. But a couple of rounds away from finding that point now. Hellraisers looking like they've really ran away with the second half. It's currently 7-1 in their favor on the T side.
A lot of which have been rifle rounds too.
Yep. They lost the pistol.
Exactly. Hellraisers dominant on this half of Dust 2. This is really where the lack of AWPing prowess has become a bit of an issue. It's been exploited from the T's. Angel being lined up for a pop flash into peak, no one's home, smoke in their eyes. There's actually only one smoke left, Henry, with a minute to play with. There's lots of flashes, but just one smoke grenade.
It's a massive problem here. Terrorist set up towards shorts. Actually 4 players there. This is looking likely to be a full execution. Maybe a mid-split. Like I said, we haven't seen many of those so far, which is such a calling card at Dust 2. Voxic will be there with a bomb towards short. There's a smoke in CT spawn. Don't necessarily have to go off it. But there's another smoke towards the left-hand side to block vision from that position just there. Nafly now will struggle to see from the window. They actually use it as bait. Angel will be there alone, looking to take down anyone in CT Sport. This is an ingenious strategy. And we'll see if it works out for the Nitro. has to start hitting some shots now. His teammate drops like a sack of spuds. And Nitro left with the AWP, but that's much better by him.
That's a hell of a flick. 15 seconds left. Can he deny the bomb plant? No. It's going to be planted for the short side. He's trying to waiting for that cavalry to arrive, but realizing he's been left alone. He's been marooned.
This is insane. Nafly's still in CT spawn. Angel's there as well. Remember, he pushed through. Naf seems to be aware, though. Nails the shot. Same time, Issa will take down Taco. 3 versus 3. Liquid have looked so weak on their CT side. It's going to take some jumping, acrobatic shots here from Naf, but his teammates are just going down around him. Deadbox will drop, and Voxic, he'll punish. And now it's the 1 versus 1. Voxic versus Nitro. But of course, Voxic continues his stunning form here on Dust 2 and gets them 1 step closer to a 3rd map. It was chaotic, and Nitro with a nice shot there. It just seemed like they were stunned though, Liquid. They couldn't decide, are they going for the retake? Were they saving weaponry? It seemed like a mixture of communications because there was way too much delay on the backup for Nitro there.
Yeah, death by indecision. It took a good 5, 10, 15 seconds before anyone even got close to him. And by that time, his initial impact was for naught. And even though, yeah, he stood valiantly at the end and took 4 players down with him, ultimately Hellraisers are fine with that. They have bucket loads of cash to go back into. They barely depleted any of their funds. Still a couple players well over $10,000. They can buy until the bitter end of this map if it goes a few rounds longer.
It's going to be the eco by the looks of things for Liquid. They haven't taken a timeout here. No one purchasing anything into round number 25. Hellraisers look destined to take us to a 3rd. Double orb set up on the T side. One of the few maps where this is absolutely viable. And the buy actually comes in. Okay, Taco's brought out the AWP. They've got Deagles and CZs. Now this would be some comeback if they can win it. Not even after the full investment. They've gone for Taco spending all his cash. The rest of them on a partial buy here. So, an interesting decision. Mouse Sports like to run this with Oscar. Let's see if Naf and Co can make it work. There's only one player towards B, and he might be in trouble here. Oh my goodness, the positioning is just absolutely perfect, but Naf is still battling.
That Molotov is going to keep him in the corner. If it doesn't spread, he's basically stuck. Excellent Molotov. Hellraisers ensuring their victory for a 15th round, and very likely the map. Taco could do with holding on to this AWP. They still have a bit of funds to play with in the next round, but he peeks one too many times. And who else but Voxic landing the headshot round the corner, up through mid. 5 map points to take us to a 3rd.
Absolutely so, Vince. Angel, that's just great play by him. Not the cleanest finish, but those frags were him. They were destined. That was perfect. My God, towards that double door, he made sure he guaranteed the round. MP9 for Taco after losing the AWP right towards the end. Nitro, 16 kills. Just a note, Twist has dropped off. Only 10 to his name. The way he's been playing this tournament, he's on 10 kills, 20 deaths. Hasn't really been able to shine on Dust 2 at all. Now towards middle now, trying to dodge the flashbangs. That's a guaranteed kill. Nice work to take down Angel.
A solid start. Hellraisers slip, stumble momentarily. New Team Liquid have the knockout punch in their arsenal. So far it doesn't appear to be so. Again, in terms of utility, 1 smoke and 1 Molotov, both in the hands of Nitro. The rest are flashbangs. So Hellraisers are going to be afforded a chance to go onto Catwalk again. It seems like they may pincer through long additionally. So that man that you just highlighted is having a bit of an off map. Twists could be front and center.
Let's see what he can do here. Holding it long, but it's Elige falling back and caught out. The timing's just off here from Liquid. They look so flat, and Hellraisers anything but. That T side has been something quite special. You can see how difficult this is to handle. The smokes are down. It's so perfect. Even a nice creative boost here from Liquid yields almost nothing. They're flashed in the corner. Deadbox, and it's one of the final nails in the Dust 2 coffin here. But Twist will fight back somewhat. They have got a kit, but there is a huge, huge problem. The bomb's made its way back towards the B bomb site here. Issa's controlled it. CTs are aware, and their last hope is catching a player crossing over here. But Deadbox is smart. He throws the bomb across or smokes it, and B's absolutely fine to plant. Didn't even realize he had the smoke. So this should be it now for Hellraisers unless something magical comes forward from Nitro and Twists.
They still have the Molotov and flashbang. But 2 on 3, and it's stacked against them. Firepower power. And the positional advantage, crossfire's established, they're both going to go through on the window side. They've split Dead Fox, they're going to get the better of him, but now Bondic is able to pincer and punish Twists. Nitro landed some 6 shots earlier on, but not in this one. Hellraisers 16-10, and we're moving to the 3rd map in this best of 3.
Well, Vince, we look very smart right now. You and I said Dust 2. quote thrown with big lead. Nitro and Co are certainly aware of the prospect of a throw. This is the sort of team that can crumble at times.
Henry, we actually have a deco. It's been a while.
A full deco. So Desert Eagles across the board. No armor, no nades. It's going for those one taps. It's a map that lends itself to it. It's got plenty of range if you play it correctly. Don't need the armor necessarily. You're going for one shot headshots here. And these players on Hellraiser are certainly capable of delivering them.
It's very much a dry purchase though from Hellraisers. No utility to supplement these kills. Angel doesn't need utility. He's got aim on his side. Elige gets destroyed, dismantled through an A main. The Molotov's really is going to keep the CTs on the truck side of the site, which allows Liquid to charge in with their SMGs and AKs. And a bomb plant will be following. There's nothing that Whistler can do about it, or is there? He's got himself one kill. He's at least put it in the realms of possibility. Now Bondik's going to get destroyed by Nafly on the side. A 4K in the round for him. Solid work in the end by Liquid, although it did look a bit shaky.
They managed to get the 2-0 on the T side, Vince. That's all they care about. That's what they went for. It works out, and they'll be up against the full eco here. 3-0 pretty much locked in. There's Zeus behind them. One of the most decorated coaches we have in the entirety of CSGO. 2 majors under his belt. With the SK boys, now known as MIBR. They're already in the semi-finals. Can Zeus make it there as well? We'll see the CZs come out. The benefit of not force buying completing that second round. You can flirt with the pistols and a little bit on the third as well. You can see Angel does significant damage towards Naf with a CZ headshot, but the kills coming in thick and fast now. And it's looking like quite the comfortable round for Team Liquid. It's a T-sided map. One of the only, I would say, we really have in the pool that's considered a T-sided cache. But let's see whether Elige can convert these kills. Brilliant spray control there. You could see how hard he had to work to make sure those kills were his. Taco, okay. Seems to know. Someone's on the other side of the door, didn't even knock, takes him down, and it's just Dead Fox now, stuck in the connector, and now with 0 health. Good stuff from Liquid, didn't give too much away in the last few rounds. They have got a bit of a bonus round prospect coming up, Vince, meaning there's 2 SMGs here. Not the most run and gun style. SMGs or UMPs aren't as effective against the unarmored heads. Stay to the Mac 10, it can move very fast and be thrown into bomb sites and run and gun and jump around as well, but the UMP still has its place in these particular rounds, and we'll see who's going to be suffering without the helmets here. Hellraiser's now with Bondik with no helmets, Voxic, full glass cannon AWP, meaning he's very vulnerable. And I'd assume Team Liquid are going for an A-sided attack here. 2 players towards the connector at the very start. Needs to push off any aggression. Nafly takes down Voxic. Remember, he had no armor there. He shouldn't really be challenging those really tight choke points like that. As soon as one better touches him, it's what we call aim punch. It means his crossover fly up in the air. But Dead Fox, that's audacious as well, taking a lot of damage down to 14. Going for the Hail Mary play here. This is absolutely chaotic. And it will be Naf to find the second kill for Team Liquid here. Hellraiser's starting to fall apart a little bit of the seams there. Dead Fox with low HP just wanted 1 kill, then hopefully falls back to the side, but that was ambitious.
I can understand trying to take control of the situation, but that was insanity. Both players dead on B. The round isn't quite over just yet, but you can see the Hellraiser's already stacked in spawn. Bomb's not even planted, it's going over to A side. So their intentions have been made clear. It's going to be a save, and it will be Liquid on a 4-0 lead. As they force their way now onto A, realizing that it's open, completely available for a free plant. There is a lot of equipment value though for Hellraisers. Understandable they'd go for the save, but that is going to be an issue because Voxic now probably won't get another AWP for quite some time.
Yes.
And all we've really seen from him so far is to go for a peek and get destroyed. I think it was Nafly, right? From Toxic Barrels. Just wrecked him without any sweat at all.
Yeah, if you don't have armor, especially with an AWP, if you don't nail that first shot, if you take a split second and AK bullets come in your direction, you really can't do anything about it. You should primarily be holding a very passive angle, and you don't have that armor. But obviously, these AWPers want to go for it. They can hit these shots if required, and you can see it wasn't an amazing headshot from Naf. He sprays in his general direction, and even a couple of bullets against no armor is going to take them down, regardless of the location of the shots. Naf feeling confident now, 4-0. Hellraisers don't really save much at all from the previous round. Have to be CZs across the board once again as they home in on maximum loss bonus. 3 CZs, a Desert Eagle for Voxic, and Bondic with the P250. Angel spends a little bit more cash with the armor. Same story for Issa. These rounds are normally the ones that work out, the ones you least suspect. That CZ still...
There it is.
There it is, yeah, absolutely. You don't really preempt them rushing towards the door with CZ. You're sure, you're prepared and held up for it, but all of a sudden it starts to fall apart. It's exactly what I was building up, Vince. I'm glad it transpired in this way, because if you blink, you'll miss it sometimes. The CZ and Deagle combo can be very deadly and difficult to hold up.
And to make matters worse, Issa has the AK in his hands and he's got Kevlar behind it. Hellraisers, this could be a branch to grab onto, and they're going to do it in style. Not only do they win the round, they do so without losing a single player and pick up 4 AKs for themselves. That is a huge boost to their economy.
Well, that is fantastic from Hellraisers. Like I said, all of a sudden it falls apart. Taco arguably could have been more defensive there at the start of the round, knowing it was pistols, but great play from Hellraisers. Can't take anything away from here. Nice boost, good little push as well towards Squeaky Door, and then aggressive play with the AK-47 that was retrieved from the fallen terrorists. Naf with plenty of cash. He seems to be AWPing more than Nitro in the last few rounds. He'll use that good spawn and head towards middle. Does beat the smoke, but no one there to receive his shots. Flashbangs towards middle from the CTs. They try and reclaim territory here. They've lost a bit of vision, but Dead Fox will remove Aliege, but it's back and forth we go. Twists equals things to a 4-on-4.
He's had a bit of a quiet best of 3, but if he starts to wake up, Liquid could be in trouble. Headshot delivered first class. Taco trying to be a nuisance, play interference for the rest of his team to make a move through mid and B. The bomb is actually dropped down in a pretty awkward position on mid, but Nafly is going to alleviate some of that pressure. 2 kills in the matter of a millisecond for Hellraisers. And the tables turn quickly. Issa gets his second of the round. Excellent work.
4-2. Hellraisers break the finances of Liquid. It was looking like a very one-sided affair, but all of a sudden, Liquid are broke. It's Issa landing some fantastic headshots with that saved AK. Angel with the wallbang, of course. And here we go, finishing things off. The star player looking sharp once again. We'll get into round 7 here. Remember, it was Twist that significantly dropped off on Dust 2. Didn't really say his name at all. He'll be now with the CZ and helmet combo. Surprising. He invests that much cash, but still has $3,400 residual, so that's fine. Dead Fox now ready and waiting for the approach towards B, but Foxy might beat him to the punch. Got himself stuck in the corner, though. Needs to be very careful against these pistols. They're going to punish the fact he missed a shot there, and now it's up to Dead Fox. He's having a lot of fun with the M4A4 right now. He will go down eventually. This is not necessarily winnable, especially at the wallbang being successful there for the CTs, but Twist certainly capable of getting a couple more kills.
It is keeping Hellraiser's accountant honest though here, because it's doing quite a bit of damage and it could get a lot worse. Bondic on the receiving end of the M4A4 headshots. The only reason he's still alive, it wasn't the AK. And speaking of the AK, there is Issa again. However, those 2 lost weapons, it is going to start to feel a bit of a sting for Hellraisers if they concede this round.
3 in a row, though. Liquid no AWP this time. It's looking like they were going to run away with this half, but the Hellraisers certainly put their foot down now. Round 8 coming in, the 3rd and final map. We've got a hell of a game for you after this one as well. FaZe versus Astralis.
That's the main course,
match of the day. Yes, that really is. This has been the English breakfast, I think, with you coming in. Heading in for the UK absence. And yes, we definitely got the main course coming up next. But now, Issa, incendiary towards the box to flush anyone out on the other side. No one there to receive, but still lots of information and map control gathered by Hellraisers. You can see them firing off. The smokes are down. Taco takes a little bit of damage there. He's in towards that Squeaky Door. Doesn't offer any in return. Dead Fox in a nice little angle here to protect the boost position.
Oh, Lee's jumping. Raw reaction's going to cost him his life. At least Nafly's there to return the favor. However, he has been tagged down significantly. He's going to have to use that smoke to extinguish the Molotovs. Vital utility. And he's going to get spammed up through the smoke too. They knew he was on the left-hand side from the CT's perspective. Issa gets smoked out too. He needs some help. Another player just behind him. Taco will get the upper hand. Angel with 1, but that's all that he will get out of this round. 2-on-2 post-plant scenario and make it all on Voxic. We know this guy can stand and bang with the AWP, but he's deciding to go for the M4 instead. Definitely just saw the head of Nitro as he was on the other side of the box. It's all about that second player though. Voxic has no idea. Really trying to draw out some fire, see if he can get some information from sound cues.
We almost got the kill there, Vince. It's coming down to the wire now. Time ticking away. Voxic, of course, does have the kill, but no time to work with here. Great attempt. Kept it expensive. But it will be Liquid extending the lead 5-3 now, as Twists will survive. The only player to do so. He takes the AWP into round number 9 here. There's still tons of cash for the CTs. They can even bring out a double AWP setup if they want to. They have been doing that quite consistently. It's normally Dead Fox and Voxic, of course, who will be wielding that particular setup, but it doesn't look like it'll be brought out just yet. Sticking with the M4s here as they adjust their buy. It's a UMP for NAF, so money not exactly amazing there, even after winning the previous round. They have to make some compromises still. Smokes towards the B entrance, and Bondic now to defend with the M4. Molotov towards Checkers. Angel actually playing aggressively in the B storage area. Won't have anything to challenge just yet because Twist has fall back. Voxic in the squeaky door of an AWP. Now that's an audacious angle, but he can fall back with the door open. Probably wants to shut it behind him indeed, and falls back towards the A site.
Yeah, it's important that he had Issa there to help him out. Watching A main. Otherwise he could have got caught on the cross. Nitro does have an AWP in his hands though. It has been back and forth between himself and Naflight. He had very sketchy, sporadic dust too, but ended strong with the AWP, was landing some nice flicks. Issa in the meanwhile to get mollied out of his position on forklift. Can he get any kills? Yes he can. One, and a whole bunch of damage in that flight. And that could put some foundations down for Hellraisers to build off, but those foundations are crumbling somewhat. Bondic is at least going to counteract with a Molotov, but Bondic walks out into the open just for Nitro to pluck out. Another 2-on-2 retake.
Yeah, it's looking difficult as well. Angel and Dead Fox segregated from the bomb side by the really efficient smokes thrown by Team Liquid. Nitro misses out another AWP shot here, but Alige looks clinical with the AK-47. The lineup comes in, but Dead Fox can't convert it. We go 6-3, and money starting to dwindle now for the Hellraisers. Liquid with a firm lead. And maybe this is the first tactical timeout from Hellraisers now. Need to consider their option. I don't think they can really justify the buy here. Nitro looking very good at those few shots missed. The one just before that, that's still 3 kills in the round. Looking much better with the AWP itself. So, Deagles, P250s, not really much to report here for Hellraisers. No armor, no defuse kits, no nades more importantly. So it should be 7-3 here for Team Liquid. Bit of a rough spell in the mid stages, but now they've stabilized. They're starting to rack up money after this round. The money's not great right now, but they get presumably 32.50 for winning this one. If the bomb goes off, it's 3,500. As the Molotovs are deployed, even against these sort of rounds where you know you're up against just default pistols, Vince, you want to be making sure you use the Molotovs, you use the smokes. Sure, it might seem like a waste of money, but you'll feel even worse if you go down to a CZ at close range just because you didn't flush it out and you face check it instead.
Absolutely, especially considering 3 of their players are under $1,000. They can't afford to lose weapons.
Exactly. So you can see them being very efficient here, using all those grenades and making sure nothing is given away.
Oh, Twist through the smoke. Perforating Angel. Bondic, last man standing, but only 24 health separates him and indeed Hellraisers from a 7-3 deficit, and that has came up. Hellraisers will have a bye. What's also worrying for me, Henry, is that these rounds were off the back, of course, of that very poor buy that Hellraisers had, the pistols by and large. So other than that, it's been pretty smooth sailing for Liquid. That slight blip on the radar of 3 consecutive rounds has now been completely neutered.
It really has. Tactical timeout now, the first used by Hellraisers. Tournament life on the line. After Dust 2, they seemed like they were up for it. They were ready to go into the third. There's another high fragging affair on Cash. They've had some great gun rounds so far, but after going 4-0 down in the opening sectors of the first half, they get 3 and now lost 3. Money starting to get to a more comfortable position, but still not ideal. Dead Fox contemplating the second AWP once again. He's got $5,000. Doesn't look like he'll go for it. Sticks on the M4A4. Top fraggers so far. Naflies 15-7 after 10 rounds. And the top 4 Hellraiser, Dead Fox and Bondic both on 8 kills. There we have it, Naf with another amazing performance.
Nice smoke from Voxic allows him to go for the peak and also extinguish any Molotov. He has struggled with being too aggressive after the first pick, though. So it's good to see him just back away, hold the angle again. Doesn't need to chase the kills. He's put his team in a good position. He's going to get double peaked and he's going to get one in a second. Oh, there was also some team damage done from Angel onto Issa.
Oh my god.
Not for the first time in this best of three, Hellraisers their own worst enemies. And now Voxic and Dead Fox in a position to just save on the B side of the map.
They have to now, unless Voxic does something absolutely magical at this point in the AWP. They've got almost no chance of winning this round. It's a decent plant for Team Liquid. And it's all down to Naf once again. Now set on 17 kills as Alige hit a wondrous shot towards the CT truck and it was all done. After losing Nitro initially, you thought the Hellraisers had this one in the bag. It was Voxic that opened things up with that op shot towards B, but that was just a cue to get away from him. He is the danger man of Hellraisers, and if you can get to the other side of the map quickly and leave him to his own devices towards B, why not? Get stuck in towards that A side. Now Fly catches two of them pushing, and at that point it was all done. Hellraisers now homing in on maximum loss bonus. This will be the fourth. They do save two players, so we'll see the AWP in the hands of Voxic and Dead Fox the M4. They've got $3,000 between them to save and to drop for the next round. I think they'll force this, if I'm honest. They desperately need some rounds on the board now. But time will tell.
This was the moment when Affly got himself a double. And that gone the other way, the round very much, well, very well, I should say, could have gone back in favour of Hellraisers, but as it stands, they're on the brink of a very poor buy. Voxic and Dead Fox have a couple of CZs alongside them, some armours purchased too. Liquid, this is very reminiscent of how the first map started, Henry. A great T-half on Mirage. Hellraisers could never really get back into it, they were always far too much behind. Dead Fox is going to get one, but traded out, and that's one of the two weapons they had in play that's gone with him. Voxic, with the other one, has four angry terrorists to contend with.
Voxic really does have limited options here. He'll be holding the AWP towards B storage. The bomb is down in a compromised position. That's why they dropped that smoke. It could have got a bit awkward there with being available in the mid-warehouse, but they smoke it effectively, not giving anything away there. That could have been a costly mistake if he was waiting with the bomb. But Voxic now has to hold on to the AWP as it makes its way towards A. The bomb will be planted momentarily. It's a guaranteed round for Team Liquid. Alige spamming some bullets off towards CT spawn, and Voxic is actually still moving, trying to find the safest possible position here. Bomb finally planted in the most open position they can find.
I think the thing is
hunting him, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. There's 35 seconds left, so Liquid don't need to go for the plant. What they do need to do is get that AWP away from Voxic in the next round. They may even be able to buy another one, but this is going to mean he's going to have a lack of utility. He's going to be hamstrung elsewhere. So you can understand the plays, but now they decide, screw it, let's just go for the plant. Voxic should be able to save this, although it does seem like Nafly is making a move towards him. But Liquid will take a 6-round lead in the all-important third map of this quarterfinals at the Major. It's looking like it may be a bridge too far for Hellraisers. Voxic is about to get tested. He will pass with flying colours, but there's going to be more players pushing his right now, and he's going to get taken down by Twists. Again, he can go for another AWP, but they'd have loved to have kept that alive a little bit longer.
He could have dropped significantly in future rounds, but they're still on about 5k per player. It's not the end of the world. He can certainly buy. He's got 6,300, but yes, that would have been absolutely brilliant if he could stay alive. Nice work from Liquid there. We pointed out, it looked like they're having a bit of fun planting the bomb, but they're considering where would he be? Where's he going to be hiding? Let's give ourselves enough time to hunt him down, and it works out. So you can't argue with that at all. They lose a player in response, but it's round number 13, Vince. The amount of cash that is built up for Liquid, they're good to go for the rest of this half now. Swiss, even after a reinvestment of grenades, 5 digits. Alige not far off it, so they are absolutely fine in that department. But Hellraisers, they're really not in the fragging game because although Angel about to say has a lot of frags. It's the same issue that got me before. Angel's currently set on 5 and 9. Dead Fox with 8. No one breaking double digits yet on the Hellraiser's side. It's Naf with 19, Elige with 10, who are really flying the flag high for Team Liquid here.
Naf has been phenomenal so far on Cash.
He really has.
19 kills already, and there's still a few rounds to go. Roxic being toyed with 2 separate angles. You can see he really wants to get this kill. He's desperate to leave some impact, to leave a mark on this round. But will that get him killed, as it has a couple of rounds prior? Dead Fox perched up into the vents, waiting to get that green light to go aggressive. Liquid taking their sweet time, but they are all bundled over on B. No one pincering on A. It's going to be all hell breaking loose with grenades. They're going to line up for Dead Fox. He's going to get 2, nearly got a 3rd. Nafly's been severely wrecked down to 41. Molotov could force Nitro out of position. He doesn't have to move off the site though. This is going to be another very tough retake.
It really is. They have not got a kit, Vince. 3 M4s though, Angel coming towards the vents. It's up to Twist now. Actually like this position from him. No one's going to be checking this. He's looking for headshots, and he's certainly capable of delivering. Incendiary in towards his position makes things a little bit more uncomfortable now. The retake begins. Who's going to come out on top? So far so good for Naf. It is traded out, but there's Twist and Nitro striking at the exact same time. The trifecta of doom set up on the B bomb site there, and every facet of the bomb site completely under control by Team Liquid. That's a huge round for them to pick up, just as money was stabilizing for Hellraisers there, and Twist gets it done, spinning around on the bomb side there, closes things out. Really great stuff there in the retake, as Hellraisers now have to buy, Vince. They need these last couple of rounds, reminiscent of what we saw in Mirage. Very similar situation.
And to be fair on Mirage, they did mount a comeback when they were on the T side, so yes. I'm hoping for more of that from the neutrals perspective, but yeah, it has been a bit of a whimper of a performance here on Cash so far, with Liquid just stepping it up a couple of notches. Hellraisers can't really keep the pace up, and it's mainly down to this man on your screen. Well, the one prior, Nafly. Twists definitely did plenty on Mirage. Elige has been a consistent thorn in the backside of Hellraisers. That Molotov is going to force them out into the open, but be careful what you wish for. Dead Fox is going to pounce with a kill of his own. He's been performing pretty damn good with this M4. FAMAS also going to chime in for a frag, and Voxic's able to scamper away to safety. And that's going to give Liquid pause for thought. Not too much nades left though for Hellraisers, with over a minute to play with. No smokes, no Molotovs.
Much better from Hellraisers. Great start here. 2 of the key names for Liquid going down. But there's one important name that's still alive. That's Naf. Currently on 20 kills, looking to find a couple more here. 5 versus 3. Hellraiser's not probing for any more information. Just holding up in the crossfires. That's the correct thing to do. A split coming in very shortly. Door main entrance, and Twists coming in with that AK-47. Molotovs deployed. Flashbangs now as well. Smoke towards short, but it's going to be Angel confirming the round by the looks of things now. Twists has got a lot of work to do in the 1 versus 5. We'll see what he can find, but not much at all. It will be the 4th round on the board there for Hellraisers. We're going to round number 15. Liquid have plenty of cash, but I'd say Hellraisers need this to stand a chance in that second half, because we know, although they are very good on their T sides, you need a buffer to be able to at least afford a pistol loss here. If you go down 11-4, lose a pistol, that's pretty much a death sentence.
It certainly is. With this round plus the pistol though, game would be well and truly back on, and Hellraisers will know it.
Yeah, especially on that T side. Like we said, Hellraisers are normally very good on their T sides, and it's T side of the map. Angel and co just missed the run boost towards the Shroud position, so they've had to readjust. And they were going for the boost from that red box over towards the corner there, but it didn't work out for them. They fumbled it, and now will compromise setup. Angel on top of the bomb site.
That could be significant too, Henry. They haven't used that position yet.
Yeah, you want to use it like once a half.
Yeah.
Like, it's commonly overlooked, and a position that can yield a lot of kills. Molotov towards the vents, just to push any CTs back. Smoke now for Angel as he actually repositions, and it's going to cost them a smoke, but they are going to boost up there once again.
There's the boost. Still plenty of nades across the board. Liege tossing the smoke over towards Highway, trying to block the vision, as you can see now. It's looking like a set play. It's going to keep some of the CTs interested, but Bondik goes out once again and salvages a glimmer of hope into the round and finishing this half at 10-5 with a kill. Deadfox lurking around the shadows, but Nitro eviscerates him. Liege also getting himself in the thick of it. They're going to line up for Voxic, and he sprays them down. The bomb's also sprawled out just below him. The worst case scenario has become a reality, as Taco has to clutch a 1-on-2 with 20 seconds left. His position is compromised. Voxic is playing his sweet time, waiting for Issa to get on the scene, but he's not required. Voxic will do it alone. 10-5.
Voxic a lot quieter in that half. That's only his 11th kill with a 3K at the very end. Couldn't get going at the AWP, but he does find them the last round there. 10-5, definitely still possible here in the packed Wembley Arena. The crowd have been fantastic so far. We've still got the main event coming up as well. FaZe versus Astralis after this game, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you don't miss out on this one. But for now, Liquid 10, Hellraisers 5. And we'll have a look at the buys coming forward. They are going to be purchasing the P250s. Maybe a couple of them, we'll see. Molotovs will be coming out as well. The smokes, as the coach from Hellraisers there trying to rile up the troops, get them ready to go. Angel still believes. They know on their T-side, they get this pistol. They still have a fighting chance there. It's all up in the air. Liquid struggle to close out games, and we'll see whether Hellraisers can put their best foot forward here in the opening round of the second half. And will be looking likely to be an A-sided attack, but that all can change. And it's actually an A retake setup from Liquid. No one on the A side at all. Just twist way back in the CT truck. Liege towards short, almost allowing them to have a bomb site control if the smoke comes in. Nitro waiting to pull the pin. And throw on a flashbang, not required. Did get plenty of information though, and they've heard the vents popping. It's a safety net for the B side. As soon as you hear both vents pop, you know the B side's about to get rocked. And Nafly is going to do his best to stand tall and deliver some headshots. Taco and Nafly are going to be landing all the headshots. Nafly with 3 in a row. And Hellraisers will not be getting the second pistol. Phenomenal performance by Nafly, continues to shine. Completely shuts them down there, Vince. Really impressed with his performance so far. He is looking like he's in championship form at this stage. Oh my goodness, he's just so crisp and calm. Naf just continues to find kills left, right and center. 23 kills, 11 deaths, and Hellraisers now with no bomb plant down. They don't force buy even on their T side second round. That's just an interesting note there. So no armor. Once again, it's a full deco. Deagles across the board, saving a bit of cash. Hoping to get the bomb down here, and then maybe buy early once more. We'll see whether that comes true. Some negligible damage distributed to Bondik. Picking shrapnel out of his shins. Angel, though, has been laid to rest. Twits the executioner. Liquid in prime position now to move through to the semi-finals. We spoke about how important the second pistol was. If Hellraisers could pull a rabbit out the hat right now, it would do them the world of good, but Twist is not allowing it. Single-handedly picked up these opening 2 kills. Voxic's also very low. Hellraisers surely with no hope in this round at the very least. And Liege, that's a perfectly timed flashbang. And the curtain is coming down. Deadfox, though, is going to keep it away for a little bit longer. 1 kill, Vince, but going to need a few more of those. Bondig will find a FAMAS at least, but he quickly finds a bullet in the head as well. It's wanted to go down. That was not the force buy, remember. They would have liked to get the bomb plant ideally with the investment of the Deagles, but 13-5 is looking very likely at this point. I don't see any other way about it. They can't really justify much investment here either. And they will be looking likely to be the full eco. Bondik and co starting to lose faith. They're going to need something fantastic coming out in the first gun round here. Really convincing round required going forward just to kind of get their heads back in the game. But right now, Team Liquid looking like they may have booked themselves a place in the semi-finals. Shots exchanged towards the B storage area there. Issa investing with the CZ. Angel with a little bit of utility here. And Dead Fox of the Desert Eagle. 3 players towards the squeaky door. They'll flash through, but Twist can hear them all coming. They'll flash themselves. And Twist will have players blind in front of him for days. 3 kills to his name. That leads with the 4th. And it's another clean sweep for Liquid there. Their money begins to swell. They're in touching distance now of the semi-finals. Hellraisers with all to play for. No mistakes can be made at this point. We said that T side is good, but can it be fantastic?
Anything less would not be good enough, Henry. Voxic has a decision to make. $5,450. Could afford the AWP. It does mean no Kevlar, and he decides against it. Full AKs in play for Hellraisers. It could suggest a fast play is imminent. A set play maybe onto A site. They're already scampering into A main and Squeaky respectively. Lining up the smokes to try and blot out the car position. There is a counteractive smoke deployed by Team Liquid just to stop that initial charge. Also getting into position, they've got 3 players strong on A. Seem to have read the script to know what's coming up, and there's going to be a push through. Wow. Issa had a flashbang out. The timing could not be worse for Hellraisers, and now they're just all pushing out one by one and being chopped to pieces.
Nitro's done an amazing job there. He jumps through the squeaky door with an MP9. He upgrades to the AK-47. He becomes a walking turret at that point. They run in towards him. He hits every single shot, and it leaves us with a 4 versus 1. Angel surely has nothing to say about this situation. 14 rounds has got to be guaranteed at this point. Nitro taking the game by the horns. Angel will get 1. But can he get anything more? I doubt it. Failed Molotov designed to go in towards the main entrance there. 45 seconds, has got the bomb, and looking likely to commit towards the A site as he edges closer and closer, but it's going to take something remarkable. And Nitro finds his 4th frag. That was the bonus round of Team Liquid there, Vince. After winning the pistol and successfully converting to a 3-0, they go for an aggressive push with their residual SMGs, the FAMASs. They want to go for a quick round. It's textbook really, but look at this play from Nitro. The 360 to take down the first, gets the AK and starts decimating his opponents in front of him. Absolutely fantastic from Nitro as he takes full control. 2 more rounds will do it.
Such a sick counter strat too.
Yes, exactly. That's what the bonus rounds are so good at. If you can surprise them just when they get into their default, they're expecting a nice slow process and no challenges. You throw it in there like that, that really does ruffle some feathers, because then all of a sudden you're really scared and tentative. You might use more utility going forward just to make sure that doesn't happen. It can rattle your opponents with those sort of aggressive plays, especially one as successful as that.
It's Twist's turn to get boosted up onto A in the Shroud spot. It doesn't bode well for Hellraisers. They do have 4 smokes to play with and a couple of flashbangs. Gonna have to be pixel perfect plays. They're going for the cross smokes in mid. An idea to completely neutralize any vision that the CTs have over the mid vents. But Elish comes in with the first kill. And the pressure mounts once again. If Liquid were to win this, it'd have 10 match points. And it's looking more and more likely as every second goes by. Twist with 2. Nitro with 2 of his own. Liquid flawless. Hellraisers struggling.
15-5. 1 more will do it for Liquid. It's hard to imagine a world where Hellraisers would get 10 clean rounds in a row now, Vince, and then win the overtime. This is the 3rd and final map if you're just joining us. Mirage was difficult for Hellraisers to digest. Dust 2 was brilliant. A return to form. Fantastic scenes. But Cash, they seem to have fallen flat once again. Nothing working out for them. The second half, they haven't picked up a single round. They're 5-0 down. And now 1 more mistake will cost them the tournament. Coach trying to rile them up the best he can. Of course, a tactical timeout deployed at this point, but what have they even got? Does Voxic have the AWP? He's contemplating buying it. Had enough cash for it, opts for the AK instead. 10 in a row. Dead Fox will be buying in the last few seconds here. Brings out the AK. Liquid, surely, close it out here.
The way they've been playing on the CT side, you certainly would think so. I think even Hellraisers may feel like they've been defeated in that flight. Twisting the knife in the side. fast A main push. Yields the kill into Angel. His woes continue. Only 9 kills so far Cash for him. Issa on 8. These are the players that you're wanting to see at the forefront of these pushes. Having no impact, and again, they're going to go for the boost. Cheeky stuff by Liquid, but because they've got the first pick, they know if Hellraisers push out on A main, there's going to be one angle that they can have a blind spot. They don't check boost, it's all over.
Here we go. The crowd can feel we're coming to the absolute crescendo now. Liquid need 4 more kills and that will be enough. A lot of people are saying they can go on and win the whole thing. This has been a strong performance with a little blimp in the middle, but for now they can finish on a high. Unleash, great position to find the frag, but Issa beats him to the punch. Good boost here from Nitro, an uncommon spot. 35 seconds, it looks like it has to be the B split here. Nitro and Taco, they close it all out. And here we go, the final push from Hellraisers now.
30 seconds left, they're going to have to get entries in very quickly. Nades are being deployed to counteract the push, but it's going to be Nitro that's first to fall. Can Taco hold the line? Can he stay this execution onto B? The answer, a resounding no. And Hellraisers, they will live to fight another day. Twists 1 on 4. The guy is an absolute monster, but even by his standards, is surely a bridge too far. Does get the first, but it's a great cost to his health. Down to 19, make it 0. 9 more match points for Liquid.
Amazing. Hellraisers now start their very, very long and arduous journey towards overtime. Nice speed split coming in here. It was Issa, managed to take down Elise initially. That was the start of the victory. And you can see doing a great job there, working effectively. They're not giving up just yet. Plenty of cash, of course, for Team Liquid as they look to finish things off once again. They've got 1 more buy still in the bank, even if they lose this round. So still difficult to imagine a world where Hellraisers can bring this back. But these are the rounds where you start losing your flair a little bit if you are on the winning side, because sure, you might have a huge buff here, but then you start playing, okay, let's not give anything away. No one do anything stupid. Let's just hold up. And at that point, Hellraisers can start abusing that factor, knowing it can be very passive. As Angel will take down the boosted player. That's Nitro trying to get up, or boost his teammate up, and then down he goes. And early 5 on 4 now for Hellraisers.
Looking to fight aggression with aggression though in mid. Decides better of it, does Elise. Retreating to the A site. Joining Nafly and Twists. Taco does have a very forward position though. He's currently in Sunroom. This could be an issue. If Hellraisers decide to go for another B split, that could be the main man. In fact, my eyes deceive me. Even checkers. Not Sunroom. Regardless, Voxic has got himself an entry onto A site. Nafly. The last line of defense. Now Elise has put himself in amongst the pigeons as he gets himself 2. Can he go one better? If he does, then Taco could start to make a move from car. They line up for Elise. Nearly gets the double. And now Taco's came in. A gust of wind is gathering. Liquid getting pushed along the finish line potentially from Taco. Voxic is playing this perfectly though. Ebbing around the side, and Voxic will keep Hellraisers alive.
It seemed like that could be the moment once again, but Taco can't do it in 2 versus 1. Liquid now give up 2. Haven't got to the point of danger just yet as they have 1 more buy available, but slowly but surely, Hellraisers are making the scoreline more convincing once again. Hellraisers, of course, with the full buy here. And more mistakes can be made. Vox with a good spawn towards B, presumably will challenge. Taco will go for the AWP at the very last moment. Gives that to Nitro as a bit of a fumble in spawn area, so no one's actually be there to receive this first shot. Smoke will come in and block the vision of Voxic. Does he fire the shot? Of course he does. But for now, no damage inflicted, and luckily no rush from Hellraisers because Team Liquid weren't ready for it.
Draw out as many of those grenades as possible. Still, a fair amount though at Liquid's disposal. Hellraisers waiting, hoping one of Liquid get a bit too antsy and go for a peek. And Twists too disciplined to make that mistake. He is on A alone for the time being. It's a heavy stack on the B side. Liege, Nitro, and Taco all here in close proximity. Nade starting to thunder through on mid. Molly's down to sandbags. Cording off as many angles as possible. As Hellraisers look to try and stamp their authority over on the A side of the map now. An important trade goes against Liquid. Liege needed to land that. Those are the kills he would have been getting earlier in this best of 3. 30 seconds. Time is scarce. But so are Liquid. They're down to just Nitro and Taco. Their funds will be beginning to deplete too.
Yes,
Taco
absolutely.
has been doing so much work on this A site in 1v2, 1v3s, but this time he just can't get anything to stick.
Liquid, an amazing first half, and closing out games really is two different worlds sometimes. They are still going to have an AWP going to the next round, but the look to things here, the Hellraisers just pull them apart limb by limb there and manage to split towards the A site. Nitro can't do much about this whatsoever. The money is finally broken as Nitro looks to save the AWP. Nice shot, takes down Dead Fox, but he's got players coming all around him. Voxic doesn't need to take the AWP out of his hands necessarily, but they've still got cash, and their money's actually not as strong on the T side as I thought. He needs to be a little bit careful here. What a shot that is! Oh my god, Voxic, this kid is fast. Unbelievable. Jumping up, trying to get a bit of intel there, and gets his head blown off. Here's Dead Fox opening things up here. Just kill by kill, you can see they're all individual interactions. Liquid certainly playing a very scared mentality right now. This is the shot that caught my eye. Goodbye. Nitro removed from the equation. Brilliant stuff. Has to be the eco now for Liquid. Surely this doesn't go overtime, Vince. Come on.
Crazy things have happened, Henry.
They have. This has been the face it overtime major.
It has, yeah.
So maybe it could happen. I don't want to say it definitely won't, but it shouldn't have done. It was 15-5. That's a long way to go still.
I think we can all agree that Liquid are going to start to sweat if Hellraisers hit 10 rounds. Again, it's that double-digit mark. Liquid will start to feel them breathing down their necks.
We've actually had 35 overtimes in this major so far, Vince. Have you ever heard anything like it?
That's pretty nuts.
I'm sure we've got a couple more to be added as well to the tally as the tournament continues.
Snack on A. Shouldn't yield too much. If Angel sees more than one player, I think it's going to stand to reason that Hellraisers may just push B. They know Liquid's economy's in the bin at this stage.
But we did say before, there's something about these sort of rounds that seems to find success. Now, saying that, there doesn't look to be anything that particularly interesting being presented by Team Liquid right now. They've got Deagles, PD50s, but no armor, and just that one flashbang. It would take something unspeakable to occur for Liquid to pull this one off. Someone would have to get like a double Deagle headshot coming in, a CZ rush. When all the chaos is going on, it's for all to fall apart. If they had armor and a few grenades, maybe there'd be a stronger chance, but Hellraisers should have full control here.
This is where you want to see the Molotovs being tossed into the likes of Checkers to get rid of Taco's position.
Yeah, we spoke about that before. Even against the full ecos, you want to be using this grenade. They still have plenty of them, and that's why they can get a kill here. They're throwing this away. Taco helps himself to 2 frags. Where's the utility usage? And here we go. Liquid can close things out now. 3 versus 2. Due to the fact they did not use any of their grenades, Vince, this could be a disastrous finish for Hellraisers.
The worst possible end to the match if it goes the distance now. 13 seconds left. Bondic, Voxic need to get it done. And the CTs know it. 6 seconds. Voxic's dead, and Liquid have done it in one of the worst buys in his best of 3. What a collapse by Hellraisers.
That's just not good enough from them towards the end. They had to use those grenades, but you can't take anything away from the Liquid performance here on Cash. They dropped off on Dust 2, but the stars aligned for them in map number 3. Nafly with 24 frags, Whistle Resurgent on 23. They put on a clinic there on Cash, and they are looking deadly for that trophy right now. That last map sends out a stern message to the rest of the competitors still in the tournament, and they close it out in style as well. The full eco victory. I said it would have to take a huge mistake and a double deagle kill to kick things off. That's exactly what Taco finds. And there we a lot of fun, I have to say. We got the game we were looking for. It was a 2-1, pretty much as we said at the beginning of the match. Dust 2, that's where Hellraisers did their best work. I think Voxit might be considered the best Dust 2 player in the game right now. He really is just an absolute beast on that one. But Liquid still looking deadly as a unit. I consider them, I think Hellraisers are actually almost nipping at the toes of Liquid when it comes to firepower, but as an overall unit, Liquid just seem a lot more polished. They're not relying on chaos and one individual just to go off on them. They have many different players that can actually go to a very, very high level. We saw Twist drop off in the midsection, but my God, did he have a good game to close things out.
Yeah, I think you can also say that Nafly, a guy goes under the radar a little bit for Liquid from time to time. He was excellent.
Amazing.
On Cash.
Really enjoyed his performance today. He was consistent throughout the entire game. But speaking of which, Vince, that's the end of our time here today. We're going to leave it with Jason and Anders, but for now, it is going to be Freya down on the stage with the victors.
That is right, guys. I am joined by the winning side with Nitro and Elise. So, guys, how does it feel to have taken down Hellraisers and be heading to the semi-final?
It feels great. I mean, we've been working for this for the past couple weeks, and we're just one step closer to getting the trophy.
Now, you guys actually managed to beat Hellraisers back in the Challenger stage. How did this affect the team's preparations coming into this game?
Well, actually, I had previous prep coming into the match, but they definitely came with a better game plan than they did before in Inferno. It was a very hard match on Dust 2, and the last map was hard too on our RT side. So
I just want to go back to Mirage, your map pick, a map that you generally look really strong on. The first half was great, but Hellraisers managed to weasel their way back in. How did you manage just to close it out?
I think it was just really staying calm. Like, we had some bad comms some of the rounds, which led to us losing them. But I think that we were playing better than them the whole map. So it was really just keeping our composure and playing our game. Yeah, Lige, you definitely managed to play well. You got 27 frags throughout that whole map. What enabled that strong performance? I don't know. I mean, we were just doing our game, and I was just doing my role. That's it. So Dust 2 is a map that we don't often see you guys play. What do you guys struggle on?
I think Hellraisers is a very good Dust 2 team. They actually surprised us with the pick. We weren't expecting that map at all, so our prep was a little on the lower side, but we definitely stuck to our game plan when we practiced in the boot camp and whatnot, and it really paid off, so yeah.
Now, Cash, how did you manage just to refocus and close this game out?
I think it really helps that we won the pistol. Like, we weren't winning like any pistols like back in the past, and now we're finally winning some pistols, so getting a strong lead. It's a map that we're really comfortable on. So, I mean, we knew that we were going to probably win just because we're a stronger team, and as long as we keep our composure and do what we've been practicing, then we should win the game.
Can you just talk to me about that final round? It didn't look like you guys were going to be able to close it out just in terms of weaponry. What happened here?
Yeah, we were actually trying to pause it the round before that, and it actually went into the next round. So that round was a really weird round, but Taco got 2 kills coming out of the vents. I was looking at his screen, but I didn't have any nades to support him. And then I think we had 3 guys CT. Our goal was to rush the guy when he planted. They were both site, and then they both committed instead of fake planting. So they just fought 2 of us at once, and it was like a 2v1.
And finally, just before we head back to the desk, is there anything you'd like to say to the lovely crowd here and your fans watching at home?
Just keep on cheering, keep on coming in, and it's going to be a really good major. It's going to be good.
Thank you guys so much for your times, and congratulations on that win. Alex, over to you.
Team Liquid are going to the semi-finals, a ticket to play versus the winner of Astralis and FaZe. That is our next quarter-final, but first we have to understand this one. Hellraisers took us to our first quarterfinal 3-map series. We got to see the third, and they're already praising the performance from Hellraisers on Dust 2, a strong Dust 2 team, individuals as well. But we are here to focus on Cash specifically, Chad, and I mean, this was finally a pistol round for Liquid.
Naf really ran away with this series, didn't he? The fact of the matter was, sure, he didn't have to do too much on Mirage, but when it got to this final map, he was lighting up the scoreboard everywhere, hitting so many phenomenal shots, making plays. These early rounds, you know, when the score was relatively close, they were pivot points, I thought. You know, if Hellraisers were able to win one of those, could have put a lot of pressure on the Liquid economy, but they were just able to snowball the half, trading really efficiently. And I think, you know, like Taco was quiet throughout, but having those 2 Deagle kills to seal the deal there in the end is quite bittersweet.
And I think the key factor, as you said, is the trading efficiently. We especially saw Nitro on that A side. There was a very crucial round where it just kept trading with that off.
Yeah.
So the trading game was on point, and as you said, Hellraisers could never build their economy.
I do think that, you know, one of my biggest lessons learned here is that Nafly is just a beast. I haven't necessarily given him the amount of credit I should. I mean, we brought him in the head-to-head. He was the highest rated player, and he has put a fantastic performance here in London. But just some of the rounds he was winning for Liquid, I mean, that's another pistol round. You put a USP in his hands, and it's back-to-back maps where he single-handedly brought that round home.
In the realms of a player who, you know, when you have so many stars in this team, he is the playmaker. He seems to be the one who is allowed to take those risks, whereas Elise and Twist, sure, they do the same, but Naf does it more often than not, and you can see it paying off for him when it does, and he's able to pick up those multi-kills. His aim is looking on form, and I think just his attitude towards the game, he always looks calm. Sure, people are like, oh, you know, he's not very emotional, he's very flat in that regard, but I think that's why he's allowed to continue to keep fragging like this.
And when you talk about tier 1 players, you usually talk about Simple, Coldzera, Nico, but Nafly, he's really close in getting into that group.
I have no arguments there. I think undoubtedly one of, if not the strongest current players coming from the North American region. He's just outrageous. And Liquid are going to be performing, of course, in their semi-final. Looking at those stats as well, that only backs up this conversation.
Yeah, he was just absolutely dominant in those last 2 maps. I need to point out, in the other member we had in the head-to-head was Issa. He was the worst player for Hellraisers in the entire series, and that is the anomaly. He played fantastically throughout the rest of the tournament, and unfortunately here he wasn't able to replicate that form. Woxic, on the other hand, he had a blistering time on that AWP.
Yeah, he did. Once he got it in his hands, he was rocking it and rolling it. But, I mean, the Issa conversation, you can't help but feel it. The chances are that this stage and this experience did get to him. I don't think there's any denying that. It's someone who does wear their heart on their sleeve.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Angel said before the match that they needed to use their emotions to win the game, but I kind of think it backfired, especially with Issa and Woxic. I mean, Woxic had a great game, but we didn't see the Issa we saw in the previous stages.
I think this is like just the beginning, in the sense of if we're just analyzing in the realms of this match, he disappointed. But in terms of the tournament and the future for these players and this team, it's very bright. So there's the positive signs for Hellraisers. They didn't fall flat like Big and Complexity yesterday. They actually stood up to the challenge, delivered for the crowd, entertained everybody. And I think, you know, now we're going to settle into a big game coming up next.
Yeah, we certainly can. Before we at what it was, who it was, the likely candidate of obviously Naf, who's been on the tip of our tongue, and it is going to be another one of those sexy pistol rounds. Look how precise this is. It's just crispy clean. Not much more to be said about it. I want to see it one more time.
It's so satisfying getting kills with a USP like that. You know, he's just not even shooting a second bullet, so confident that it's going to connect in that manner. And, you know, you see that from the top players in the world. You see that over the Simples, you know, the Nikos, the guys who really back their aim in every time, and Naf's replicating a bit of that right here, right now.
He absolutely is. And, I mean, this is now a moment to start getting hyped for our next matchup. You said it's a spicy one, Chad. Do you want to tell everyone why they should stay tuned?
Astralis versus FaZe was one of the most highly anticipated matches of last year. Not only do we have the rivalry of Karrigan going up against his ex-squad, these two teams have so much firepower and present different styles, which gives us some brawly Counter-Strike. They're just going to put some massive highlights on that screen.
Yeah, that big LED wall is going to be full of Astralis and FaZe. First, it's going to be full of the brackets. So you can see just one spot left in the semi-finals. We started with 8 teams coming into the SSE Arena in Wembley, and by the end of this best of 3, just 4 will be stepping onto that stage once more. Astralis versus FaZe. The Great Danes versus the multinational roster that could. And Bjorn, this is going to be one hell of a series.
Yeah, in the second semi-final, Liquid versus either Astralis or FaZe, I really think that Liquid needs to step up their game a little bit, especially those CT sides.
Yeah, we're going to be getting out of here and taking ourselves a little break. When we come back, Astralis FaZe, our last quarter-final here in London.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the Wembley SSE Arena. It's day 2 here at the Face It Major, and it's time to talk with the crowd. Hey! All right, so let's talk about Liquid. Who are they about to play? Hellraisers, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. And who's going to win?
Liquid.
And why do you think they're going to win?
Come on, let's be real here.
Nice, and on the count of 3, let's see your kill face. 1, 2, 3. What the hell? Who is this?
Chicken.
And why?
Why?
Yes.
They're Astralis chicken.
Nice tattoos, man, by the way. My man.
If you need the picture, you can at me quickly. These girls all lie like Pinocchio. Got a couple wild things.
Here to support North?
No, I hate North.
You're here, of course, to support Astralis, sir. What's going to happen?
Arrogant, not calling anymore. You can't frag, you can't do anything. So yeah, that's it.
Having a little drink, lads on tour.
Hey.
How do you guys all know each other, by the way?
Tim and I met through Counter-Strike 2 years ago. So this is the first time we've met up for a CS event, and the second time ever.
On the count of 3, say friendship. 1, 2. No. 1, 2, friend. No. Friendship. 1, 2, 3, friends. Danish national anthem. Let's do it. Let's go Denmark, Astralis. Woo! Which version do you think I am, is the question.
I think you are version 1101, my good sir.
You're absolutely correct. And that other guy, he's a douchebag.
Yes, he is.
There we go. All right, everybody. That is pretty much it for myself and the crowd for now. It's been a pleasure to chat to everybody. They're all such good sports, and if you haven't had a chance to come down and check out the event and you're local or you'd like to, definitely do it. These guys are having a blast. We are as well, and we will see you very, very soon.
They're walking and cutting through their skin. They're hunting down their prey. Let the games begin.
Some of the game's hardest hitters step into the ring now, live from SSE Arena in Wembley. The British crowd has come in full force. It's only day 2 of the live arena days, and it is our last quarter-final, Astralis versus FaZe. This 10-man server is stocked full of Counter-Strike beef, and I'm joined by a little bit of it on the desk as well. We have Chad Sponge Birchall and, of course, Sean Gare's going to be joining us as well. You've both been in the server. You're now standing at the desk, and you know what's going through those players' minds backstage as they know it's game time.
This one here is the main event, right? This is the one everyone's been waiting for, and I think the anticipation and the storylines behind this matchup are the juiciest that we've had in a quarterfinal in a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to start us off, Sean, I'll let you start at the tippy top.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe has won 5 events since this time last year. Astralis has won 4. You would think Astralis is the most dominant team in the world right now, right? 66 maps since the start of May. They've only had 13 rounds 3 times. All 3 against North at DreamHack Stockholm.
I mean, they came into Stockholm, bearing in mind that was the event prior to this one, with like 3 maps lost.
Yes.
It's just an absurd statistic, and there's a reason that a lot of people are referring to them as not only favorites, but the best team in the world. But this is kind of where that journey starts. This is where they completely and totally cement that in history.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I've been touting the fact that this is the Astralis era, and not because they've been, you know, the team that's been able to win all the trophies, but what they've done to Counter-Strike and the way that they've changed it with that preparation, and now with the strategies coming to form, and then the individuals stepping up time and time again. Yeah. These guys are playing the best brand of Counter-Strike I think I've ever seen.
Yes, and of course, we've seen so much Counter-Strike already. Quick update on the brackets for you, so you can see, if you've only just joined us, what you have missed out upon. We started with 8 here in Wembley. Now just 4 will continue into tomorrow. Astralis FaZe, our last affair. They'll be playing against Team Liquid, who had a bit of a shaky one, versus Hellraiser. A full 3-game series. In fact, the first one we've seen here in the top 8 in the playoffs. Na'Vi bested big. We saw MIBR come out versus Complexity, all guns ablaze. And I think this has been the story, Chad. We talked about the fact that the Challenger stage brought us the young talent, the new face of Counter-Strike competitively, and yet when it comes to the high-pressure scenarios, when it comes to the playoffs, we've learned that the old dogs bite the hardest.
Yeah, and that has been proven time and time again. The difference with this one, the dessert, I suppose, of the quarterfinals is everybody in here is a big dog.
Yeah.
And the crumble isn't going to come from any of these players. They're not going to be faltering under pressure. This is where they actually do their best work. So the type of Counter-Strike we're about to see right now is definitely going to be some of the best throughout the entire tournament.
Of course, eyebrows raised when we had Parla's interview there, just talking about some of the footfalls we've seen so far from FaZe, because they haven't been the team that you know, as you stated, Sean, have already got actually an event win percentage over Astralis.
Yeah, the cracks in FaZe are finally starting to show, right? They have doubted in Kerrigan as an in-game leader. We've seen Nico actually take over throughout this event. Kerrigan actually admitted to it in an interview a couple days ago because people doubted your reasoning, Chad.
I don't know why anybody would be doubting me.
Don't get him started. Don't get him started.
We found out when we were backstage listening to them, but yeah, they've definitely stuck to the Mirage pick a lot. They played simpler maps, a simpler brand of Counter-Strike than what typically we see out of FaZe. But it's been successful for them.
Well, that's the case as well. With Kerrigan doing the in-game leadership against Astralis, they've been losing more often than not. It was only IEM Sydney where they were able to take that victory. Now with Nico doing it, maybe the weight off his shoulders in terms of calling means Kerrigan can frag a little bit more, and the mental edge that Glaive and Astralis had over Kerrigan is maybe gone.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget that's a storyline in itself, right? Kerrigan against his ex-teammates, and there's been a bit of a notorious struggle bus. He seems to get a meet every single time they meet in the server.
Yeah, they've punished him more often than not, right? And we've been questioning, is this a mental issue? Because in the past, even when he was on Astralis, this roster wasn't able to close games. Now, Glaive's come in. They've already won a major with him as an in-game leader. Obviously, we've had the mix-up. Kyobi's out. Magic's Boy's in. Probably one of the worst roster decisions of the year from Kyobi there. But the fact of the matter is, Kerrigan hasn't really been able to get past that, or at least it doesn't look that way on paper.
No, and actually let's start by talking a little bit about FaZe Clan, because this is a roster that most of those successes you're referring to, Sean, they occurred with stand-ins. Now, of course, you know, it was Olaf who had to step back for personal reasons, and they filled that void with some young up-and-coming talent. I mean, I'm talking about Chrome, and of course Exist stood in as well. They succeeded. They flew higher than they have here at the Major.
Which is shocking, too, because, I mean, everyone on FaZe can attest to how important Olaf is to this team. And as a visual watcher of the game, you know how important he is. He can do everything. He can pistol, he can op, he can rifle. He rotates really well around the map. He makes strategically well decisions in, like, the mid-game. So it's shocking that they haven't found their form when he came back into the roster.
I guess to note as well, statistically, Rain has dropped off a lot, right? So maybe the certain roles that Olaf was playing, Rain was taking that from him, or, you know, going at least into that room that was left. And now Rain's, I guess his stats aren't showing what there was before. You know, towards the end of last year, he was looking like one of the best players in the world. Now it's more on the shoulders of Guardian, obviously playing well, Olaf and Nico with those crazy one-taps.
Yeah, and speaking of Guardian, I mean, this is a story in itself. This spectacular star AWPer who has changed the game and changed especially the big green gun and how it's played and how it's utilized. He has quite the story in itself when it comes to majors. I mean, he has been the closest amongst everyone to lifting that trophy. I think it's 3 times now. He spoke to Parla and he just said, you know, 3rd times, 4 times the charm.
It's the end game, right? The winning the major is the pinnacle. It's the top of the mountain. I think we've spoken about it and we've talked about the prestige of this event. Getting so close and not being able to convert, that has to be enough to drive you. I think in this matchup, you have to look at Astralis. They're going to be 100 times more prepared than FaZe, but FaZe have the firepower across the board to potentially take them out. And when they do go head-to-head in the closer matches, it's because they force them to brawl. It's because they force them to play the scrappy type of CS, which actually plays into FaZe's wheelhouse.
Yeah, and on the other side of the server, Astralis, who, I mean, that 16-0 is still very fresh in my mind, Sean. We should address that. They 16-0'd MIBR on Dust 2.
Yeah, they look sharper than ever, right? They come into this tournament. We all know they're excellent with utility, but the numbers back it again. They're the best team by far with HE usage, 43 damage per round. FaZe, as a comparison, is only at 19. Oof. So FaZe is a top team in the world, and they're less than half of the utility damage per round as a team like Astralis. And that's how they're doing it. They're doing it as a team and with utility.
But they've brought a lot of innovation to the game. It wasn't that long ago, Chad. We were going absolutely nuts over some of these boosted nade stacks they were throwing out, especially on Overpass is the one that's at the forefront of my memory. They are still innovating in a game so old.
Yeah, because they've been winning a lot of their games so convincingly, they haven't had to show a lot of these little moves that they've obviously built, and they can continue to add to that repertoire. We know that there's little bits and pieces that everybody in this Astralis camp does that
You want to take this one away? We know who you're going for.
I mean, this is so tricky. You really can't underestimate FaZe. I have to go for Astralis, obviously, but this is going to be close. I'm almost 50-50 on this one. It's going to be a great game.
He was seeing those jerseys in the crowd. He was getting a tear in his eye. I'm actually going to the Astralis as well. I think this is all locked up for the Danish boys. Yeah.
This week's pick of enemies was ridiculous. Sean, you've been singing the praises of Astralis. Is that time? I can't go against Astralis.
Ooh. Not known to be an intelligent animal.
And I'm afraid it would just be the chicken flag on the green flag. I think it's going to be an amazing series. We're going to have so much flashing as well as me as well. And gentlemen, I think we set it up for you. One more time. FaZe back in London. And we certainly have the series from Jason, hope this is so much of you.
Yes, thank you, Alex. What's up, London? Here we are. We've been waiting for this all day. This one is going to be great.
Yeah, this should be one hell of a matchup. Maybe one of the best ones that we're going to see, at least maybe this whole year. I mean, the rivalry between these two teams, how far they've both gone over time. I mean, Olofmeister, Nico, you feel like it's only a matter of time before they end up winning it.
I know we all went towards Astralis, but I think I think when you look at this FaZe team, a player like Olofmeister, I think, is the best, the greatest player that we've had in all of Counter-Strike Global Offensive over the years. His accomplishments eclipse every other player that we have. Might not be the best at the moment, but certainly the greatest. And when you have that kind of a player in a team, when you have, the other guys, everyone feels that they can win. It's just no one can go against this machine that is Astralis at the moment.
They are a scary team. You guys, we just saw all the talent predictions, but over at upcomer.com, you guys have been voting as well. And if you haven't, you should go and do it right now on your phone or on the website. And just, I'm curious about this. I feel like Astralis is going to have it a little bit.
That's not bad.
60-40, that's not bad at all.
It's not bad. I do like the way that FaZe, while they weren't cheering for anyone's predictions, they're booing everyone else's. I love that.
Yeah.
I want to hear more of that throughout this game. That's going to be great.
This could be very spicy. I definitely think this is going to be an incredible game. Olofmeister, you're absolutely right. An incredible player. He had that long stretch when he was out because of the injury. You thought maybe he would come back and it would be a bit slow and he wouldn't be able to find that same rhythm, but that wasn't true at all. He blasted right back into it and was an incredible player immediately in his first games. I mean, that's very hard to do as well.
Yeah, this is going to be such a weird battle. Here we go, Epic GG, or Epics.GG, excuse me. If you want to get some of your CSGO Pro player cards, and just collect all of Astralis and you'll win.
Yeah, you got that little tip.
You'll have a really good time with that.
This is going to be a real blast, isn't it? Mirage is the first map. I don't know. I think we're going to see all three maps in this one. I feel like we deserve it.
I feel like we deserve it too. We had a lot of overtimes in those in the Challenger and Legend stage, and certainly three maps here would be phenomenal. We were talking about some of the romantic aspects of this game. The if we could have, the Guardian roll back to the year and have a dominant performance.
Yes.
I personally said I would love to just see Kerrigan come in against his former team and just destroy them across three maps. I think that'd be so much fun.
It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, so far away, obviously. This is going to be so weird to see how FaZe is able to handle this. We saw some weakness. We saw some weakness in Astralis as well, but it really feels like that door closed, not just from Stockholm, but, the Challenger, the Legend stage. That door, that gap, that opportunity that people had that we kind of witnessed is gone. And here we go, London. We're getting live into the pistol round. Freeze time, counting down. It's your final quarterfinal. Who is going to meet Team Liquid in the semis? It's Astralis versus FaZe.
Yeah, let's get this show underway. FaZe going to be starting on the T side, Astralis on the CT side, and we are setting up for a rather quick A execute with absolutely nobody from Astralis there. This looks like FaZe have done a lot of homework, been looking at demos, and they've seen this coming. Glaive already forced back in Astralis. They might end up losing this pistol, just simply outcalled from spawn on the FaZe side. That does not happen very often. And back in the middle as well, Carrigan is sneaking in to try and control that top mid, while the rest are securing the site. They've got the bomb planted already. This is such a powerful position right now. FaZe, one good kill, and they're going to pick up the first round here. Rain immediately traded to Pre. He needed to do more. Nico going to land a headshot there, just trading back and forth, but this is already a bit low on time. They've been here for a long one. Nico, one more headshot. Finally, he's out. But now they've got the middle. Long range battle here. No more smokes left on the Astralis side. How can they possibly defuse this? It's going to have to be some sort of bodyguard system on top. Body blocking him, and it's not going to happen. Guardian lend it, and FaZe win the pistol.
Yeah, that's actually very close for how that began for Astralis. A full-on retake. FaZe just gets to walk into that bomb site, and you can see Astralis has the contingencies. Great positioning by FaZe. Nico and Palace with the P250. Such a deadly, deadly weapon for him. You saw those one-taps come out. If he's going to have a good game, this will get very, very interesting. Pistol goes to FaZe. And Astralis, no slouch in these rounds either. We know they desk talked for so long about utility usage. 5 HE grenades. Where are they going to take those 4 players heading over towards the B bomb site? And FaZe under Nico's calling, staying pretty grouped up. And now all these HE grenades, if they're all going to be on catwalk, FaZe can run into some trouble.
Might be the 2 people behind the stack up here, and there's going to be a whole rain of them landing down. Guardian is going to be gone eventually, and Rain almost down to 9 health. The follow-up will get him. That's, I mean, we talked about it. Utility usage absolutely off the charts for this team. 4-3 now. They still have some pistols, but no armor there on Astralis. That might be the saving grace here for FaZe.
What more could you ask for if you were Astralis out of that nade stack? 2 kills coming from it. And FaZe, that's got to put him on notice. You could see Nico just glancing behind him, watching the flank. Dupree's going to have some information. We'll try not to stick around for that fight for good reason as well. Lack of armor preventing him from taking those duels, and FaZe still with a good chance of recovering. But if Astralis get this read, it can get very difficult. 2 players at the B bomb site for the defense, and Device staying with this smoke in middle. He's just trying to hear something.
The path that they took to the B bomb side as well, if it had been a B rush from FaZe, the grenades would have been there anyway, so it kind of has a double effect almost, making it that the path. 40 seconds now, and they need to commit to a bomb side here. They can't take any extended fights. Once it goes down below 20 seconds is when it gets really scary. Magus killed the Deagle, not going to get the first shot. There is a grenade up from the apartments, and he heard as well. He definitely knows somebody's coming. 25 seconds, and they're going to get the opening kills. That's all they needed. A good job here on FaZe, recovering the round, and now they just need to hold on while the bomb is going down. Bit of a tapping actually, and almost through the smoke. Nico was 1 bullet away, but still 1-on-2 for Glaive, and a scary round here for FaZe, but they look to be making it through.
This is very, very good for Astralis. Costly round. Glaive is going to go down here. Not bad from Astralis, not investing in the armor, just the utility and the pistols. Still plenty of cash left, but FaZe kind of survive a scary one. That was what, a 3-on-4 at one point?
Yeah.
Almost get turned upon.
Yeah, if Magus could have hit one of those Deagle shots as they were coming through, that's the big opening.
You can see it's fun watching the theory in his play. He always has like the next fight he's going to take. He knows exactly where to go, exactly where to look next, exactly where FaZe is going to progress up catwalk. Just great entries once contact was eventually made onto that B bomb site. So FaZe survive a scare, and this should be much easier. Just the USPs. I think it's a P250 on Magisk as well. Utility usage coming out for FaZe. Trying to force back any of those stacks. Actually, Rain takes a good dink right at the start, down to 49 HP.
Should be around where they could farm up a little bit, catch their breath. We talk about this all the time with Astralis, that most of the rounds where they have even a little bit, you have to fight for them. You might be winning them, but all the time it's going to be like a 3v3, 2v2. You have to struggle to get everything on the board, and it can wear you down over the course of a 3-on-3, sorry, best of 3 like this, just knowing that you have to battle the whole way through.
Oh, Guardian wants this fight with the MAC-10. That smoke is going to block him off. He think he knows there's some players on the other side. He hears the spam. There's a free one. Glaive right around the edge. Trying to get a little bit sneaky. Nice timing on the Molotov as well as the smoke clears, and Guardian would love to farm this up. The Opper making so much money early on would be phenomenal for FaZe, and look at this. The rest of the FaZe clan Snake, Nico and Rain coming around towards A-ramp. They want to pinch this bomb site. Bait and switch could work out. There's 3 players here in a triangle, and Dupree with a double kill. Gonna hold him off for the moment.
So difficult to do with the USP. It's really not meant for that kind of a fight when you don't have any armor either. 3 on 3 now, 35 seconds, and they should be able to adjust this rather nicely. Good shot from Nico, taking down Device. And it's going to be 2 on 3, and they're actually bringing the bomb back. I would say that's a bit scary if there was anyone at B with the little time that's left, but they cleaned it up just fine. Olofmeister holding catwalk, and they're going to be able to win it. So just a good recovery once again from FaZe. But now is the first serious test here, as Astralis are going to be picking up all of the rifles.
And that's kind of scary considering how both of these rounds went. I mean, that round almost nothing was actually invested in by Astralis. But you can see their decision making in the middle portions of these rounds when they have the information. If they get just a little bit of time, that's a very impromptu triangle they set up. Base of the stairs after the bait and switch over towards jungle, and then all the way back in CT spawn. And that's just done based on the knowledge and taking a risk considering you have nothing to lose. So FaZe have to be careful not to telegraph moving forward. Device gonna go for a timing. I think he's waiting, he's paused, and there it is. It's a missed opportunity. He's got no armor, so pretty risky to stay in that window.
It's a very aggressive move here towards the A ramp, but they do have 2 people, even the third one behind, covering in case there was some sort of waterfall play coming out of the apartments. Then doesn't really seem to be happening right now, but FaZe have slowly got some mid control, and they'll probably take that. In fact, Rain has made his way really far in.
Nico isn't going to fall prey to Glaive's aggression. The tough part is the shadow shows in that walk, so Nico's got to be careful, not giving away any part of the game. Just a default from FaZe as Olaf takes Buchholz, watching for any aggression on his own. Rain starting to clear out underpass, going to wait for Olofmeister before taking mid. And this is lining up to be a split coming up connector. How aggressive do Rain and Olaf want to be? 3 flashbangs, 2 smokes to work with, and the AWP is actually rotated to the B bomb site, so they don't have to worry about Device for the moment.
His position from Rain is so powerful, almost no matter what. If they need him, he can come in maybe and shoot someone in the back, but if they win the early fight, then he's going to stop anyone from rotating in from B, and that works as well. Guardian does see just the edge of a player there. 30 seconds left. They have to commit to it. Again, they're very low on time right here, which I think is a worrying sign potentially. Nico's going to be going down, and that smoke is blocking them. Perfect grenade there to stop anyone coming out of the ramp, but it's Rain and Olaf to reopen the bomb site. Now 19 seconds to edge his way through Megis. That is perfect timing. 1 player left for the bomb here. If he drops the Glaive, they might just run out of time, and Glaive is going to get the shot. 10 seconds now. Dupree in CT spawn, the only one to hold it.
The bomb's dropped. They can't get the bomb site in time. Dupree just has to save, and oh, there's no way. Oh, they just got it.
In the last millisecond, they put down that bomb. Dupree, he knew he had to stay hidden. There was a very good chance that would never work. And now, how does he get back into this one? They have a Molotov as well. Grenade gonna land on him. Spray right through, taking down Glaive. Oh, sorry, Ray, not bad at all. And now gonna follow up. He has no smoke. This is incredibly tricky, and he's gonna tap the bomb, just holding it down. Olaf waiting on the other side. 1 more second, and Dupree's gonna get the shot, and he should have the time as well for the defuse. A 1-on-2 early on to get Astralis on the board. That is just very difficult to do.
I cannot believe the bomb went down in such a short time, and Dupree even getting off it with barely enough time for the defuse. Oh my god, that is a huge clutch for Dupree to win, but it's still so tough. Nice spam shot. This is a round. Astralis wins the first gun round, 1 player surviving, so the economy is still just destroyed. That's why we have a tactical timeout here by the Danes, as they need to talk things over. If they get reset here, that's so harsh. What a beautiful smoke for Magis to drop. You can see, even though he gets 1 and he's killed afterwards, even though FaZe eventually make their way to the bomb site, how close that was. Magis almost won that with just utility.
And then walking through the smoke afterwards, actually, I think that's one of the spicy components that Astralis haven't always had before Magisk, but he brings that to the team and definitely did I think that alone almost won the round.
Well, listen, I think of this round, that round is completely different. The fact that smoke goes down on A-ramp at that time means Nico is the one who has to kind of initiate the action from Palace, or he has to try and get something done. If they had had Nico alive in that position for the post plant, or to help them get into the bomb site, and much less costly, then it's a different ball game. But what a recovery from Astralis. They still have to be a little worried. 1-3, no money left in the bank, and they must have this round.
Yeah, but otherwise they're going to be back on pistols, and FaZe will suddenly get a very big lead early on in the first half here. They're setting up for another A execute. They've felt some sort of weakness here, but there's 4 people gravitating on the Danish side here towards that A bomb side. This should be a very strong defense. Another smoke goes up, and Nico's thinking about it on the other side, edging his way through. Sip and Dupree opening up and taking down Carrigan and Rain, and now it's almost done. Glaive just hiding inside, and as he comes back out, I can't believe they've missed each other so many times inside of the smoke, and Nico finally going to be going down. That's a bit of a victory. Let's see if they can recover this one. It's not impossible.
That's a huge victory because it's going to spread the defense a little bit thin. You can see they're kind of confused in the rotation on the minimap. Those dots, those blue dots, just don't know where to go. So a couple players had some missed seconds where someone like Olaf could have gotten into a great position to pick a player off rotating back. 3-on-4 still doable and can still be very, very costly for the Astralis side as Nico, with the bomb, works his way towards ramp. Looks like he wants to do it all. Guardian's going to be sent away to make some kind of a fake happen. 40 seconds on the clock. I don't know if this is going to be a B-fake or if he's going to meet up with Olaf Meister and try and pinch up connector. This is going to be tough either way.
I mean, faking in a 3-on-4 when you're the team with a man down is so hard to do. How do you make them believe that anything's happening on that other side? They are going to group up instead, but once again, this is what, 5 rounds back to back where all of them are going to be low on time when they actually make it play. 5 rounds in here, 19 seconds, and Sip is going to call it. Olaf is down, and I think that is the end of the round here for FaZe. They might even think about maybe saving a little bit if they can.
Once that smoke goes up, Guardian just bails out, and that's exactly what's happening. FaZe gets stalled out. A lot of that conversation around Nico being the end-game leader, the switch in the middle of the tournament when they go down 0-2. Guardian's going to get caught. What a leap down. What a bold play from Zitnix, and he's going to find it. That's 4 players surviving. Astralis have got their feet underneath them, and now it gets so much more difficult for FaZe. The missed opportunity to reset. Guardian being punished economically. I imagine this could be a buy out of FaZe here.
Would you be mad, Moses, if that was you, if that was Guardian, and if you were Guardian in the underpass? I'd be a little bit mad. I'd be like, if I wait, he's dead.
Yeah, not a lasting mad.
No,
but you would be a little bit frustrated in the moment.
Just slightly. So, Astralis avoiding the eco death at the moment, making sure that they don't immediately lose everything, which is always good. It's a bit of a test early on when you're on the CT side. Now that they have the rifle and a lot of utility, we'll see what FaZe can do to break it. There's been a lot of emphasis on the A bomb site when they've been having the rifles here for FaZe.
More worrisome to me, you mentioned it in that round, is how low the clock is getting in some of these rounds for FaZe. That makes you really, really worried about the play calling coming out, that each and every round so far has been that kind of down to the wire. Timeout ending for FaZe. If they choose to buy in this round upcoming and challenge, that's going to really worry me, because that's a chance for Astralis to springboard into just that never-ending amount of HE grenades, Molotov smokes. If they're able to win that, especially solid, then it's kind of all downhill for FaZe from there. Extended pause, a small tech issue as we work through it, but this has started out pretty well. That Dupree clutch was beautiful.
Yeah, it's very hard to do. I mean, Olaf on the other side in that 1v1 at the end, and the bomb was way out in the open. He had no smokes or anything. I think the only luxury that he had is the fact that there was so much time on the bomb that he could sort of come off the defuse the last second.
And Olaf had to be cautious for the fake tap as well. So yeah, Dupree had a couple advantages either way.
All right, that guy was on the next level, Moses. He upped the hand-eye game.
Yeah, it made me speechless. I didn't know what to do with that. I didn't know where to take it.
Now we need to see if anyone could do even better. So, yeah, right now, very early on, it's way too soon to draw any conclusions, but we have seen a number of rounds out of FaZe that have been low on time, and there's an advantage. Obviously, the downside we've talked about, if you run out of time and, someone dies with a bomb, that's a huge problem.
Right.
But on the upside, some teams will second-guess themselves if they hear anything in the last 20 seconds. They think, oh, wait, it can't surely be, a push up the ramp now with 20 seconds left. So there could be some difficult communication on the receiving end as well when you get near the end of a round.
Well, back into the action, and we call this kind of a strategy out of FaZe. Let Nico do all the... And Nico has to find an opening for his team.
Absolutely would have exploded right on the side. He's still hunting for Magisk, who's finally fighting back a little bit. The rest of Astralis are almost all here, except for Sip, who's on the other side holding it. That's Glaive with a kill on Rain immediately. The bomb will have gone down, and now all three people waiting for him. Nico, he had the opportunity, could have maybe got more. They're going to repick that AK-47 up in the hands of Carrigan now, but they're running out of players, and Astralis are circling the bomb site, trying to get back into it. Carrigan, he said it'd be great if he could be one of the players that could really step it up against his former team. Spraying down Device there, defusing inside of the smoke spring. He almost gets the angle, but not quite. And it will be a defuse side. Very close. He was also, I think, partially out of bullets. They're going to save the AK-47 at least, but it's 3 in a row for Astralis.
That's a victory for FaZe in a way. You got the plant, you got 4 kills out of it. That's actually a beautiful round, and I think that might have even been much better if Nico was able to complete that kill on Magisk right at the start, or maybe afterwards when he's back at the ticket booth. I cannot believe he didn't find that kill, but all tied up. You're limiting the money. Astralis can't build anything. They switch into a double up setup, a very expensive one as well on the defense. And they're out of funding. If FaZe can deliver the knockout punch here, that would be massive. Catwalk smoke in the base of Catwalk. And Device has to go for a timing. Still risky for him to sit around at that angle. And mid control going to go to FaZe. Astralis choosing Magisk and Glaive to be aggressive towards top A ramp instead.
Yeah, all the Molotovs have all been used for Astralis, so some smokes, and it's always worth watching, especially on that CT side, how long they can keep on to them. It can be very tricky on a map like Mirage, but it definitely makes a big difference. I mean, especially if you're going to be defusing the bomb like we saw in the last round.
Well, we saw Magisk hold on to it for so much, which means FaZe needs to do a better job of applying pressure before it comes to that point in the round. They need to find some way to force Magisk to use that utility. He's got the 1 smoke. He's more than willing to take this fight. Again, the shadow will show, so it gives him the extra confidence.
Again, if you're brand new to the game, this X-ray outline that you're seeing on the screen, the players cannot see, so they have no idea, and that does up the ante just a little bit. It makes it very hard to understand what's going on, and they don't have the minimap either that we're seeing in the top left corner, so this game is much, much more difficult than it seems. Magisk sneaking down, the timing is godlike, and he's going to complete that with the bomb, and Dupree in the back, taking down Guardian. That is a complete shutdown, and FaZe have got to be furious. The timing against them, just as they were setting up, they were doing their own little countdown, right? Yeah. 3, 2, oh wait, we've lost 2 players with the bomb. That's very hard to deal with.
It's hard to make a decision. If you swing too far wide at the base of that A ramp from the terrorist position, you can get picked off from farther back from an AWP or something of the like. And if you go narrow the way that they did there, Magisk gets a double kill. So tough sometimes to clear that position on Magisk. Remember, when he was on Dignitas and they won that epicenter, that was the position that he was just so good at. That was one of the main highlights of him, was how well he played A ramp. Showing it off here as well at the FaZe Major in the quarterfinals. 4-3 for Astralis in the defense, and they're starting to look like they're speeding up, like they're picking up pace and building momentum into this one.
We do have a Deagle round coming out here, and we do love those. Desert Eagle, 1-shot headshot at any range against any kind of armor. And FaZe have a couple of players that are well known for using just that. Dupree will be taking down Carrigan, so that's a good way to maybe shut it down. And Glaive going to re-peek over the cross on top of that smoke. He does love doing that quite a bit in Connector, especially I feel like when they're winning.
I'm wondering when FaZe is going to take the leash off a little bit in these gun rounds. We've seen, I don't want to call them timid, but much more structured than we're used to seeing out of FaZe, which is good in a way. But these players, these individual ability on these guys, and I mean, you have the legendary guys like Guardian, Olaf, Nico as well. Let them shine. Let them find you some openings in some way. Don't be so scared for the first 30, 45 seconds of each round. Go find something. That's what has made FaZe so dangerous since this lineup was put together.
And that should be the confidence that you have, right? Olofmeister, Nico, almost nobody in the world that can stand up to that kind of firepower. So maybe that would be about now. They do have a lot of money. That's 5 in a row here for the Danish side. And that double up, I mean, you mentioned how expensive it is, but when you get to keep it alive for a couple of rounds, then it's a lot more safe. And suddenly, if you lose one of them, it's not the end of the world. A lot of things slowly stacking up in favor of Astralis.
Yeah, especially the money at the moment is looking great for the Danes. But you have to say, FaZe has had their chances. They've had their opportunities. That 4th round comes into just one player surviving at a victory for Astralis. If they were able to reset on the 5th, that would have been great. You would have knocked them out. You limit their economy on an eco round where you bring in pistols and 1 AK-47, able to get a plant, and you kind of take all their money away again, and then you cannot win the ensuing. So they've had their chances, FaZe, to stay into this one. Taking a tactical timeout, taking a deep breath. Maybe not the in-game leader anymore, but Carrigan still being vocal. So much experience from all 5 players, actually all 10 players in this server. Everyone will know how to handle this kind of a scenario, but 2 timeouts taken for FaZe in the first 8 rounds of this quarterfinal.
That's incredibly aggressive. They've been throwing these grenades to Astralis for a while, but now they're backing it up with a smoke, and then Olofmeister, he wanted to take that bait, and he did. Sip took him down immediately as a good headshot, and then once they get that kill, they don't chance it for a second one, they just give it up and play 4-on-5, which is kind of textbook. And it's because it works a lot of the time. I say that, and Device does actually give something back, and a lot maybe.
Yeah, very much. That's going to open up the map a little bit. You can see Glaive shifting over towards jungle as Xyp9x rotates deeper into the B bomb site. But they're pretty safe at the moment with dupreeh in this position. If he controls Palace and FaZe never forces him out of there, that's a tough angle. You just cannot hold on to that A bomb site on the offensive side if there's a defensive player inside of Palace. So we'll see how Kerrigan handles this. Looks like he might throw some nades and come in late. But they need to be so cautious. Glaive, he can provide so much bait, take so much attention away, and FaZe is in some real trouble.
Glaive's got no utility either, so he can't really set up a flashbang for dupreeh to peek, but we'll see how it works out here. Nobody coming through the Palace, so dupreeh's all alone up here. Can have a pretty good shot, at least of the first couple of players. There's Nico going down in sandwich, and now, again, 35 seconds on the clock. They're starting to make their way over. Molotov in jungle to try and force anybody out. 30 seconds now. They have 1 smoke for the bomb plant. This is not going to be easy at all for FaZe. They've got the initial stages of the bomb site, but they need the control, and that smoke doesn't even cover everything. There's a huge gap in that towards the middle, so they have to go for the default plant instead. They're boxed in 4-on-3, and 1 good kill is all they need. Rain going to be taking down Glaive. Time for FaZe to get back into this game and stop this streak that Astralis have been building up. Megis just running in, no fear. dupreeh taking a lot of attention. That's going to give Megis the kill, but Rain is still here in the back of the bomb site. And how do they get rid of him? That smoke going to maybe try and block someone off. Doesn't quite work. dupreeh still gets the kill, and now it's Rain down on low ground. 1 versus 2, completely boxed in. He's got so little space to move on, and Sip will take him down. Astralis, that's 6 in a row, and they were very patient. I was getting worried for the time at the end, but they held on for a long time in that one.
So patient, especially from dupreeh, especially once his position is known. He has to play that perfectly from there, and he does it. Even the shoulder peek, even the presence of mind to kind of bait out shots from Rain to figure out where he is. And this is why that position is so hard. It limits FaZe so much and where they can go, even when the bomb's planted. And what a solid retake from Astralis. Complete faith in each other. Again, losing a lot of players, but that money's so strong, it's not putting as much of a dent in their money as it used to. FaZe have got to get a win soon. 3-6.
And a switch up in the offense here in middle. They haven't seen that before. Device and dupreeh crushing that offense there. No chance at all for FaZe. They wanted to try and see if they could get that done quickly, wrap around with the rest of the team, but it's just not happening. Megis will take down Nico, and now 2-on-4, and Astralis don't need to do much.
No, they can just sit and wait, can't they? 1 smoke on Guardian. Even if FaZe are able to make their way into the bomb site, once the bomb starts getting planted, it's a 1-on-4, and they're just going to push up over the cover of nades. Device is able to swing around the boxes with the M4, and Guardian's boxed in, and he doesn't even realize that he's dead already in midair and almost recovers mid-shot. 7 in a row now for Astralis. This Danish war machine has built into an unstoppable juggernaut.
I mean, we could make a whole section in the analysis segment afterwards just talking about the different ways in which Astralis have been fighting middle, right?
Yes.
They've been pushing up there. They've been double grenading it. Now it's to jump over to the raft or the railing to get that AWP shot through. It's just every round it's something new.
And this is the problem with kind of switching up your caller, which automatically is going to switch up your team's style of play on the offensive side of maps. Is you don't really have these kind of plans as a team as how to recover and how to handle and how to counter the different things that Astralis are doing. It's kind of playing it by feel, and you can't beat Astralis like that. Look at Glaive, going to surprise him again. Kerrigan aware of it. Oh, he's got to get away now, fighting as a retreat, but FaZe doesn't want to let him out, and they don't. They peek just in time, and Glaive can't get around the corner. We've seen Glaive this round, Device in the previous, go for a couple of risky, aggressive plays, but you don't mind him switching things up, trying to keep FaZe guessing.
I was going to say that has to be a play that's just rooted in a feeling of dominance, and they know they've got this one lined up nicely. They feel like everything is working out. Bit of a peek here, and that maybe should have been a kill there. Olofmeister surviving it. Looked like that was an easy enough shot for dupreeh to hit. He's going to go and recommit to it again. Very scary because his head is showing no damage either this time. They are starting to group up outside of A. Meg is going to find 2 with the bomb as well. They're so aggressive. aggressive Astralis, which is not always what they've been known for. Return, long-range shot with a C-set, 75, and now it's a 2-on-2. This is an incredibly confusing round.
I don't know how you read the situation, regardless of which team you are. If you're FaZe or Astralis, how do you know exactly what bomb site is under attack? Oh, and look at FaZe. They're going to rotate right back. They had an opening bomb site. They don't realize the device is towing the corner. He gets dinked. He's got to fall away, but he's got the intel, and Kerrigan's on the hunt. But he has to turn around with that aggressive posture. This is weird, and Kerrigan in an important 1 versus 2. He's got armor, and he's got a full set of utility.
Not your normal round of Counter-Strike, this one. Absolutely crazy how they managed to dodge each other. And finally, it's 10 seconds here. He fakes it once. He's not sure where the last player is. He knows Device is in the middle somewhere, and he's going to put down that bomb. He's got the M4 as well. There's a very slim chance he can make this one work, but it is not out of the question. Dupree down 91, so a headshot there would actually make the difference. That is a bit of a detail that's worth pointing out here. 40 health for Kerrigan, and he is waiting in the corner, checking it first, the low health player, and that's instantly down. Kerrigan winning the first fight. He's going to peek against Dupree, but he can't win it. The AK-47 drops him, picking up the AWP, and that's 8 now in a row for Astralis. What a scary team.
No, that's a perfectly executed 2 versus 1 from Astralis. You send the low HP player in first, make him a hard target. You can see him jumping around. He's not even really interested in taking a fight to a large degree. He just wants to be able to pass the intel off so Dupree can turn the corner with exact knowledge of where Kerrigan was and win the duel. That is a nice job managing a stressful round where things were happening all over the map all at the same time. 8-3 now, and it's been 8 in a row. At this point, if you're FaZe, you got to start feeling a little bit suffocated.
It's very hard to keep a track of what they're doing right now. Flashbang to set up this peak from Dupree. He is playing a great game right now, but Device goes down. Guardian with the AWP and the opening kill, and Dupree must be feeling very lonely. He doesn't know right now if anyone's coming up for the underpass, so he's got a bit of backup behind him, but still, this is an incredibly exposed position, and he's going to start to fall back, and for good reason.
And look at the mindset change of Astralis on this defense. That's what they've been doing in these past few rounds, is just shock and awe, push up, get in their face, make sure they stay uncomfortable. If we get killed doing something aggressive, follow it up with more aggression, and it's working so far for them. But not too often that we've seen Astralis get aggressive and not get that kill, the first kill, or at least the trade at the very least. So this is a bit of a change of pace for them. Although you can see how cautious FaZe is being and how respectful of the fact that Astralis might still be here. They get away with 1, they get away with 2, as Glaive and Dupree miss the shots and fall back and give ground.
See how much that smoke is going to hold them back. Good blocking off of the window, making sure that they can stay in middle for a little while. Nico's been waiting for ages over at that A ramp. There's like a silent battle going on here between Magisk and Nico. They've just been having a standoff here. Nobody really knows who's on the other side, so we'll see what happens there. That could determine the whole outcome of this round as well. 35 seconds yet again. Kerrigan making a bit of noise. He's getting shot at the back. Sipnik's now realizing nobody's here. Kerrigan does live, but the rest of the push is going to be the A side. Glaive taking down Rain. That's a huge opening kill. 24 seconds now, and FaZe really running low. That's the bomb drop, and Nico waiting. That smoke once again blocking him. He's going to get the opening, but it might just be too late here. 15 seconds. They should have no chance to win this, and Glaive will shut him down almost midair, and Kerrigan can't do anything about it. That smoke at the A ramp, I mean, how many rounds in a row has that been, or not in a row, but at least throughout this first half, has FaZe been stopped by that?
I've mentioned it a couple rounds ago. They're not applying pressure onto that A bomb site. Magisk has been able to be so comfortable there the majority of these rounds, and if they're not going to at least go for that peak to clear him staring down, he's going to have so much information. There they are. The MIBR boys.
What a beautiful shot as well.
Yeah,
I love it.
Gorgeous. They'll be playing tomorrow in the semifinals against Na'Vi.
What a game that's going to be. I can't wait.
That's going to be phenomenal. 3-9. FaZe need to change something.
It's very hard to say what it is, because you said it rightly. They are respecting the aggressiveness out of Astralis. They're waiting for them, and then when that happens, they run out of time, right? And
even if the aggression doesn't come out from Astralis, it's successful in the sense that it just slows FaZe down, and that's why, part of the reason why some of these rounds towards the later portion of this half have been running the clock down.
Suffocating is the word you use, and right now that's how it must feel right now if you're on the FaZe side. You just, every move you take, they constrict you just a little bit more, you lose a little bit more air, and you're just running out of rope to play with here. I mean, we're in the 13th round now. They've won 9 in a row. What has worked for FaZe? What is the thing that they can get back to? Those first 3 rounds winning the pistol, I mean, it's hard to celebrate now that you're in the end of the first half. They need a little bit more on the board. If they could get the next 3 here, that would make a big difference.
Even just 2 at this point, even just 1, something that's going to give you hope. But the fact that Magisk has been here every single time, and again, oh, that's a missed smoke. That's not what you need in any. That's going to go in the blooper reel. There's that smoke again, and it almost feels like they have to go through it. 3 players here. If they wait till the end, that's going to be about 30 seconds when they throw their utility, and then again, not a lot of time. You have Glaive stepping up in front of these smokes as well to provide a stronger defense. Now they kind of slip away.
Both stacked on. If they push when they're on top of each other, that's not a good thing for Astralis. You really don't want to be grouped up right on top of each other. Again,
I don't like this defense for Astralis, Sanders. This is scary.
Yeah, this could definitely go badly. 20 seconds and they open up. Nico to get that clean kill on Makers. He couldn't see anything at all. Glaive hiding. He's just playing the time. He wants them to go for the plant right in front, but it's on the other side of the box. And yeah, he fires the gun. He's completely surrounded. Somehow he gets a kill. He cannot follow it up. That was a very panicked situation. The bomb is down and it's a 2-on-3 with that great shot from Guardian once again stepping up. And now it's looking much, much better here for FaZe. They need that one more round, as you said, and this seems like it's definitely going to be it. Sip and Dupree. I mean, some of them are low on the other side, but not enough, I think.
That might be the first time we've seen Astralis get disorganized and maybe a little confused on the defense in this half. Good adjustment from Zipnix, just can't do it. But Glaive rotating over, stepping in front of the smokes, and it felt like he actually called Magisk off the aggression and said, let's play back, let's play deeper into the bomb side. I think from now on, for the rest of this half, Magisk is probably talking to Glaive right now and saying, I've been doing a great job this whole game. They haven't been able to touch me. Let me play my game. Don't worry about me. Do something else. Because that was awkward. That one flashbang, as you can see, this defensive setup just crumbles. As soon as that player goes down, I mean, Glaive just has such a tough decision to make. Do you play for that? Do you let them progress? Do you give map control the bomb site over to FaZe and just try and take out the planner with that low of time? But that's a big, big risk. It's a big ask. 4-9, FaZe have their opportunity again. They've had a couple. They've got one more. They need to capitalize on it here.
I shudder to imagine what would have happened if they had gone for the default plan in that last round. If he could have stopped the bomb plant Glaive, then they had about 10 seconds to kill him and get the bomb down. It's definitely not easy. Round number 14 here. A bit of some missed grenades. Don't want to read too much into it.
Oh, look at Device turning from the flashbangs. Rain gets a lot of information. Oh, he could get caught. He just ducked. I think that duck actually saved Device. Oh, what a peek from Glaive. And Device is covered from above, and FaZe know it. That kind of a peek without smoke, and they realize someone is watching this angle. Does Guardian want to go for the heads-up duel? They've got 2 flashbangs, valuable flashbangs. Kerrigan might just jump for him, but no, it's just going to be a dry peek. Device is going to win those all day. He was patient. And it's a 3-on-5. Astralis with a 2-man advantage.
How do you get back? Nico headshots definitely could be part of the answer. Would love to see a lot more out of him. Not that he's been playing a bad first half here at all, but his level, I mean, you said it really early on, in fact. Maybe time to unleash some of these players on this team. Nico going to be going down. Magisk once again with the defense over on this side. 35 seconds.
It's such a strong position, and Astralis are masters of it. In these mid-round, when you start to have information and you start to put the, the kind of puzzle together of where exactly your opponent is on the map, Astralis love to get a player aggressive in towards Palace. It's a relatively safe position for the defensive team to be in. What a shot from Dupree. Olaf, no time to flick down, and Kerrigan left in a 1 versus 4, and he's going to try and take this away. The money is so strong for Astralis that it really doesn't matter. He has to win. And just like that, Astralis slammed the door shut.
Yeah, strong message being sent here in the first half. Astralis absolutely showing up. We were questioning some of their games early on. They had to fight their way through the whole series, right? Like through Challenger
Legend Stage, yeah.
And some of those games looked a little bit questionable, but towards the end of it, you could see that machine starting to work, and it was getting a little bit scary. Who knows if it was going to be happening today at the same level? You know, it's been a big enough a break, right, between the Legends and this, so it could be hard to keep up that same momentum. Now, round number 15 here, FaZe, very limited on the utility and the equipment as well. They need to do something to get that 5th round on the board, and maybe a rush, maybe just a quick entry into the bomb site would be enough. Device will take down Nico, and hiding in the corner this time it's Magis. A little bit overwhelmed, and he's going to go down. That's a good refrag. 4-on-4, and Device is going to start to make his way back. Glaive somehow on top of the smoke, finding the kill against Kerrigan. 4-on-3 now.
They need to get that plan in, but Rain's got the AK and the bomb. He's the one who had to push up, can't provide cover. And now Guardian has to be aggressive. Coming through the smoke, he can get nothing done. And there's the final kill. 11-4 from Astralis. They lost the pistol. They went down 0-3. And then a 9-round run where FaZe got nothing.
It's very rare to see this kind of I mean, FaZe is such a hard team to break, but 9 in a row, you let in a single round and then you win all the rest. That is, 11-4. How do you come back from this if you're on the FaZe side?
Last time we were in this arena for the ECS finals, it was an Astralis victory, and we had a horde of Danish fans taking off those Astralis jerseys and bum rushing the stage and going crazy.
Yes, indeed. I think some of them are here again.
Yeah, they all came back.
Yeah, Glaive.
Such a good time.
Glaive's brother, I think, was here last time, wasn't he? There was a lot of madness happening in the crowd. They need to win the pistol, Moses. There's no way around it.
They really do need the pistol.
We can't really sugarcoat it. We can't really sex it up in any way.
The tough part is this is their map pick as well. So we'll see if they've got it in them. Can FaZe make this comeback happen? It all starts here. They have a kit and an aid on Kerrigan. Everyone else is armored up. Here comes some utility, and Guardian gives away the angle. He's not going to have that information. Actually, they're going to have absolutely no information until Kerrigan encounters some, but the smoke is in his face. Glaive might want to go through this, but just spamming, just holding him back, and Rain has it all to do.
One of the really good pistol players in the game as well. At CT spawn, they're going to go for a really early plant. Absolutely no resistance here at the bomb site, and it's not really Rain's fault. If he had committed to that fight and he had gone down, they would get CT spawn control, and that's a very bad thing to have happen. Olofmeister sneaking in. Can he check the corner? Indeed he can. Instantly Device out of the round, and Olof jumping for more. He's going to get taken down from Aegis. Bomb has been ticking for a couple of seconds already as the pre goes down, and FaZe, again, a must-win round. They tap the bomb a single time, trying to lure somebody into this fight. Aegis gets a headshot. They're just waiting in middle right now. Rain comes up with more. That bomb, 1 more second, is reloading in front. Oh no, they get it right at the end. Sip, they had 2 angles on that defuse, and they took turns. Quad kill for Aegis in the pistol round, and it's not done yet, but that is almost as close as you can get.
That really is, and that is... I can't believe they run out of bullets as well. Every FaZe fan had to be so happy watching Magis. Those bullets run low, just counting it until he could do no more. 2 there, and then, of course, who else but Zipnix to pop up from A-ramp and end Kerrigan's defuse. That was so close to a FaZe win, almost a miraculous one. Both teams play retake on that A-bomb site to start their defensive pistol round. Doesn't work for either of them. Good scout shot from Kerrigan right into the head, and does Astralis want to continue with this? Nico's going to follow up with a deagle, and here we go with the rebuttal.
And this is the kind of FaZe you want to see. More of this, and it has to be right now. A little bit of a flank through the middle. Olofmeister on a mission or an adventure through T-spawn with the T-set 75. They see just the edge, and that's a double kill for Nico, taking down Glaive. Second one with the deagle. Now Astralis very low on manpower here. 2 on 4. That flank all the way up for the Palace now. They're going to get the bomb plant, but they can't really get off the bomb side. You don't want to be stuck on here once the bomb's down. You want to have a bit more of an open angle. Rain with 1 more, and Device surely not going to make it through this one. A huge return into the game here for FaZe. That's going to make it 12-5. They can do so much with this one victory.
Yes, they really can. They have to capitalize, though. They failed to do it in the first half, so we'll see what they've got moving forward, but that is great. The headshot from Kerrigan to start things out. Astralis tries to catch him off guard with a fast contact play towards this A-bomb site. I think Zipnix just barely got slowed down, and then, of course, Nico with the deagle is going to do some work. The nice thing, even if Nico gets no more kills, the beautiful thing about just a couple as they enter into the bomb site is you lose the ability as the attacking team to watch your flank. If Olaf was coming in, no matter how many people that they were able to, Astralis was able to eliminate at that A bomb site, Olaf coming from behind was surely going to surprise them and probably at least get 1. But here we go. No investment from Astralis in this round. They'll be able to buy in the next. But you've got AKs, you've got rifles in the hands of FaZe.
Being able to steal a couple of AK-47s, definitely a good chunk of money on their side.
Yeah, they're going to love that.
Those 2 UMPs, though, I mean, Astralis are going to be fully equipped for the next round, so that could be a slight advantage, although we've seen them be very effective in the past at SMG. 18th round. Comeback right now for FaZe. It's absolutely possible. Their own version of the double up setup here could also be incredibly interesting.
Yeah. It could be a lot of fun. But first they need to establish the money, don't take losses in this round. They need to have a very clean victory here. Should be able to. Only Glocks on the Astralis side, no utility, not really any element of danger, if I'm honest. And it seems like Astralis more than willing to take this round slow, perhaps kind of letting FaZe feel the pressure maybe of the moment, of the scoreline, talking about how exactly they want to handle the rest of this T side. Oh, good taps from Nico. Olaf going to start shutting things down on Catwalk, and it's going to be Kerrigan who's going to hear the footsteps, and he's going to get contact. Olaf spins. Should be pretty easy, though, from Kerrigan to deny this plant. Double kill for him to get on the board, and the bonus money, it's now 6-12. That's what Astralis needed exactly.
Let's see, is it going to be fast-paced, just an explosive round coming out here to the Danish side, or are they going to gamble for the more sort of mid-control style play that we saw out of FaZe a couple of rounds, where they tried to get that mid-control, and Astralis were very good at denying it, but it is kind of at least one of the core strategies on this particular map. Sip, thinking about it, he changed his mind in the last second.
Limited flashbangs for the Astralis side. They've only got 2 at the moment. Could be worrying moving forward. You imagine they're going to do some kind of aggressive. This is their bread and butter. They love sending Magisk into this position. One pop flash over to help him out, but at least now just waiting to see if someone is going to get aggressive. Kerrigan knows that Molotov placement. They're well studied, well versed on Astralis on this map. The nade and Molotov forces Magisk back, and there goes the danger. Timing for Guardian almost works, but it's Nico who's punished. Dupree from underpass, and Olaf's going to try his luck next. This is dangerous. The whole round could hinge on when Olaf gets here. He's going to find a kill. Not retreating quite yet, staying up on Catwalk, and then he makes sure he's secure before falling back, and that is a great equalizer.
He's back into it again. The risk is at an all-time high right now for Olafmeister. He's stuck in between the two of them. He still picks up the kill, spinning back to the middle and almost gets the triple. Dupree down to 19 health. That's such an incredible round out of Olafmeister. He was exposed from at least 2 different angles, walking in to get that double. Not easy at all. 3-on-3, and they're going to rush down on Kerrigan. He's got that UMP in hand. Last time he could handle it, but it was Glocks, no armor. This time, they've got a lot more firepower and Sip, and they have to check the whole bomb site. They might wrap around him. Bit of a grenade as the UMP comes through. Kerrigan going to be ticking up. Killed the bomb down 30 seconds, and he finishes it off. That is really well done. Now, only 30 seconds here, but a 19 health on Dupree should be impossible. And what a read. Perfectly timed. Kerrigan against his former troops. He gets a triple.
You want to talk about a round that very easily could have gone the other way. The play Olaf makes on Catwalk, he could have gotten killed so many times looking the wrong direction. He had to check behind him in 180 degrees, just back and forth, making sure he's safe. And Kerrigan as well just kind of flips the coin, and he says, if someone's on Catwalk,